Rowdy Ways. Chapter 1. The Brazos ran thick as coffee that morning, swollen with 3 days of upstream rain. Rip Campbell sat his buckskin gelding on the south bank, counting cattle as they bunched and milled, horn tips catching the early light. 200 head of longhorns, most carrying brands from ranches scattered across central Texas, all bound for the railhead at Dodge City. The drive had taken 6 weeks, and every man in the outfit looked forward to town. "Water's running fast," said Tommy Pickett, the youngest hand on the crew. Kid couldn't be more than 16, still carried baby fat in his cheeks despite the trail dust and hard work. He pulled his hat down tight, squinted at the muddy current. "Maybe we ought to wait." "Current don't get slower by waiting," Rip said. He touched his spurs to the buckskin's flanks, walked the horse into the shallows. The water reached the stirrups, then the horse's belly, cold as winter morning even in July heat. These beeves been to water before. The lead steers balked at the bank, rolled their eyes white, but hunger and thirst drove them forward. Rip whistled sharp between his teeth, slapped his coiled rope against his chaps. The buckskin lunged deeper, water reaching Rip's boot tops now, the horse's powerful shoulders working against the current. Behind him, the other hands spread out along the south bank, whooping and hollering to push the herd forward. Old Cookie Valdez rode drag, his mules loaded with cooking gear and supplies rattling like a peddler's wagon. The man had crossed more rivers than most folks had seen towns, and he wasn't worried. The first steers hit the water with snorts and bellows, their long legs churning up mud from the bottom. Rip kept his horse pointed north, let the current carry them downstream a piece while they crossed. The Brazos wasn't the deepest river in Texas, but it had drowned its share of cattle and men. Halfway across, Tommy Pickett's horse stepped in a hole. The animal went down like a stone, disappeared under the brown water with barely a splash. Tommy came up sputtering, his hat gone, arms windmilling as the current grabbed him. The kid could ride anything with hair, but he swam like a rock. Rip reined the buckskin around, drove his heels hard into the horse's sides. The gelding responded like he'd been shot from a cannon, cutting through the water toward the drowning boy. Tommy went under again, came up 20 yards downstream, panic making his movements wild and useless. "Quit fighting the water," Rip called, but Tommy couldn't hear over his own thrashing. The buckskin closed the distance, powerful strokes eating up the gap. Rip shook out his rope, built a loop, waited for Tommy's head to surface again. When it did, he made his throw. The Honda settled over Tommy's shoulders, neat as you please. Rip dallied the rope around his saddle horn, let the buckskin do the work. The horse turned toward the north bank, swimming steady and strong, towing Tommy behind like a waterlogged calf. They reached the shallows with Tommy still conscious, but done in. Rip dragged him up onto the muddy bank, where the kid flopped on his belly and coughed up river water for 5 minutes straight. "Much obliged," Tommy finally managed, his voice hoarse. "Your horse. Think he made it out downstream. Saw him swimming when I went under the second time." Rip nodded, coiled his rope. "Stay close to Cookie's wagon rest of the way. Your swimming ain't improved none since we left San Antonio." The rest of the herd crossed without incident, 200 head of bawling, dripping cattle streaming up the north bank to spread out on the prairie grass. Rip counted them again from habit, came up with the same number he'd started with. In 6 weeks on the trail, they'd lost only 3 head, 1 to a broken leg, 2 to wolves. That was better than most drives managed. Ezra Bone, the trail boss, rode his big bay gelding over to where Rip sat watching the cattle settle. Bone was a hard man, lean as jerky, with gray eyes that missed nothing. He'd been pushing cattle north since before the war, knew every river crossing and watering hole between the Gulf Coast and Kansas. "Good work on the kid," Bone said. "His daddy would have had my hide if I brought him home drowned. Kid needs to learn to swim. Kid needs to learn a lot of things. But he's willing, and that counts for something." Bone pulled a leather poke from his vest pocket, counted out bills and coins into his palm. "Your pay. 200 even." Rip took the money, folded the bills, dropped the coins in his vest pocket where they clinked against his watch. $200 was good wages for 6 weeks' work, better than most outfits paid. Bone ran an honest operation, treated his men fair. "Appreciate the work," Rip said. "You earned it. Best hand with cattle I've had in 5 years." Bone hesitated, like a man with something on his mind. "Got another drive, heading out in the fall. Bigger herd, longer trip. Colorado territory, if you're interested." Rip considered it. Colorado meant mountain country, different kind of work than these Texas plains. It also meant winter traveling, snow and cold and short days. But the pay would be better, and he'd worked for worse men than Ezra Bone. "I'll think on it." "Fair enough. You can find me in Dodge if you decide." Bone gathered his reins, then paused again. "You planning to stay in town a while?" "Few days, maybe a week." "Why?" "Town's changed since last year. More rough element moving in, less law to keep them honest. Man with your reputation might draw attention he don't want." Rip had no reputation that he knew of, leastwise not one that should worry anyone. He was just a cowhand who did his job and minded his own business. But Bone looked serious, so he nodded. "I'll keep that in mind." After Bone rode off to check on the herd, Rip sat his horse and studied the town spread out before him. Dodge City squatted on the prairie, like something that had blown there in a dust storm and decided to stay. False-fronted buildings lined both sides of a wide dirt street, with smaller structures scattered behind them like afterthoughts. Smoke rose from a dozen chimneys, and he could see people moving along the boardwalks even at this distance. The railroad ran east and west through the middle of town, steel rails gleaming in the morning sun. That was what made Dodge important. The railroad and the cattle pens beside it, where Texas longhorns got loaded into cars bound for Chicago slaughterhouses. Tommy Pickett's horse came walking up from downstream, trailing reins and looking sheepish. The kid caught the animal, swung into the wet saddle with a grimace. "Where you figured to stay in town?" Tommy asked. "Haven't decided." "You know anything about the hotels?" "Cookie says there's 2 main ones. The Cattleman's got beds with no bugs, but the food ain't much. The Palace has prettier company, if you know what I mean." Rip knew what he meant. Every cattle town had its sporting houses, places where a man could buy whiskey and female companionship along with his supper. After 6 weeks on the trail with nothing but dust and longhorns for scenery, most cowboys headed straight for such establishments. "Which one's got the better whiskey?" "Palace, from what I hear. But it costs more." Rip touched the money in his vest pocket. $200 would last a while if he was careful, or disappear in a few nights if he wasn't. He'd been both careful and careless in his 28 years, and had the scars to prove it. "Reckon I'll ride in and see for myself." He left Tommy with the herd, and pointed the buckskin toward town. The horse stepped out eager, ears pricked forward. The gelding had earned his rest too, and probably looked forward to a stall with clean straw and grain instead of prairie grass. The outskirts of Dodge held the usual collection of corrals and loading pens, plus a few sod houses where families too poor for proper lumber made do with prairie dirt and buffalo grass. Children played in the dusty yards, stopped to stare as Rip rode past. A woman hanging laundry nodded politely, then called her youngsters inside. The main street bustled with activity. Freight wagons rumbled past, loaded with supplies for towns farther west. Cowboys from other trail herds lounged on the boardwalks or stood in saloon doorways, their faces burned dark by sun and wind. Merchants swept their storefronts and arranged goods in their windows, preparing for another day's business. Rip reined up in front of the livery stable, a long, low building that smelled of hay and horse sweat. A black man emerged from the shadows inside, wiping his hands on a leather apron. He was big through the shoulders, moved with the easy confidence of a man comfortable with his work. "Help you?" he asked. "Need a stall for my horse, grain and water." "How much for a week?" $2, grain included. "3 if you want me to rub him down daily." "3's fine." Rip swung down, pulled his rifle from its scabbard, shouldered his saddlebags. "He's been on the trail 6 weeks. Treat him good." "I treat every horse good, mister. That's why I stay in business." Rip paid the man, watched him lead the buckskin into a clean stall with fresh straw. The horse immediately went to the water trough, drank deep. "You recommend either of the hotels?" Rip asked. "Depends what you're looking for. The Cattleman's got clean beds and honest poker games. The Palace has more excitement, if that's your taste." "What kind of excitement?" The stableman smiled. "The kind that sometimes ends with gunfire." Rip considered this. He'd had enough excitement on the trail to last a while. River crossings, stampedes, thunderstorms that spooked the cattle into running. But after 6 weeks of sleeping on the ground and eating Cookie's beans, the idea of a soft bed and a decent meal appealed to him. "Reckon I'll try the Cattleman's first," he said. "Good choice. Tell Jake that Moses sent you. He'll see you get a room facing the street, quieter than the ones over the saloon." Rip thanked Moses and walked toward the main part of town, his spurs ringing on the boardwalk. The money in his vest pocket felt good, solid. $200, and nowhere special to be. A man could do worse. Chapter 2. The Cattleman's Hotel sat on the corner of Front Street and 2nd Avenue, like a man who'd made his money and didn't care who knew it. 3 stories of solid timber construction, with a wraparound porch and windows that caught the afternoon light. The saloon occupied the ground floor, separated from the hotel lobby by a pair of batwing doors that swung constant with traffic. Rip pushed through those doors and stepped into a world of cigar smoke and conversation. The place was doing steady business. Cowboys from various trail herds, local merchants, a few gamblers working the poker tables in back. Nobody paid him much attention, which suited him fine. The bar ran the length of the room, polished mahogany that reflected the oil lamps hanging from the ceiling. Behind it, shelves held bottles of whiskey, gin, and imported brandy that cost more than most men made in a month. A large mirror doubled the apparent size of the room, its surface clouded with age and tobacco smoke. Rip bellied up to the bar between a drummer selling patent medicines and a cowboy who looked like he'd been drinking since breakfast. The bartender was a thin man with careful hands and nervous eyes, the kind who'd learned to spot trouble before it started. "What'll you have?" the bartender asked. "Whiskey. The good stuff." The man reached for a bottle on the top shelf, poured 2 fingers into a clean glass. Rip tasted it, nodded approval. It was smooth Kentucky bourbon, aged in oak, worth the extra money. "You with one of the trail herds?" the bartender asked, making conversation. "Bones' outfit. Came up from San Antonio. Ezra Bones a good man. Pays his bills, keeps his boys in line mostly." The bartender wiped the bar with a damp rag. "Name's Cleet Morrison. I been working here 3 years. Rip Campbell." They shook hands across the bar. Morrison had the soft grip of a man who handled bottles more than cattle, but his eyes held the wariness of someone who'd seen his share of violence. "You looking for a room?" Morrison asked. Moses, at the livery, said to mention his name. "Moses sends us good customers. I'll get Jake to fix you up." Morrison called to a heavy-set man counting money at a corner table. "Jake. Got a customer," Moses recommended. Jake looked up from his ledger, took in Rip's trail-worn clothes and steady manner, nodded. "Be with you in a minute." Rip finished his whiskey, signaled for another. The saloon's atmosphere was comfortable, civilized compared to some places he'd been. A piano player worked the keys in one corner, playing Stephen Foster melodies that reminded him of better times. The gambling looked honest, the drinks weren't watered, and nobody was looking for trouble. That changed when Sally walked in. She came through a side door that led to the hotel stairs, moving with the careful precision of someone who'd had a few drinks but wasn't ready to show it. Early 20s, auburn hair pinned up with combs that had seen better days, wearing a blue dress that had been expensive once. She had the kind of beauty that attracted attention, and the kind of sadness that kept it. "There you are," Morrison said when he saw her. "Mrs. Garrett's been asking for you." "Tell Mrs. Garrett I'm coming." Sally's voice carried traces of education, words pronounced careful and clear. She moved toward the bar, stumbled slightly, caught herself on a chair back. Morrison's expression hardened. "You been drinking upstairs?" "What if I have?" "You know the rules. No drinking on duty." Sally laughed, but there wasn't much humor in it. "Duty? That's a nice word for it." She reached the bar, leaned against it for support. Up close, Rip could see the careful powder that didn't quite hide a bruise on her cheek, the way she favored her left side like her ribs hurt. "Whiskey," she told Morrison. "You've had enough." "I haven't had near enough." She looked around the saloon, her gaze stopping on Rip. "You buying drinks for a lady?" "Sally." Morrison's voice carried warning. "It's all right," Rip said. "Pour the lady a drink." Morrison hesitated, then reached for a bottle. As he poured, Sally knocked against his elbow, spilling whiskey across the mahogany surface. The sound of Morrison's palm hitting her cheek echoed through the saloon like a gunshot. "Clumsy bitch," Morrison said. "That's good whiskey you wasted." The blow knocked Sally sideways, sent her stumbling into Rip. He caught her, felt her trembling, saw blood at the corner of her mouth where Morrison's ring had cut her lip. "You all right?" Rip asked. She nodded, tried to pull away, but her legs weren't steady. Morrison reached for a bar towel, started mopping up the spilled whiskey. "Sorry about that," he said to Rip. "These girls get ideas sometimes, think they can drink like men." The saloon had gone quiet. Conversations stopped, cards remained unplayed, the piano fell silent. Everyone watched to see what would happen next. Rip looked at Sally's cut lip, at the fear in her eyes that she tried to hide with anger. He looked at Morrison, cleaning up whiskey like nothing had happened. He thought about 6 weeks on the trail, about doing right and minding his own business, and all the things a smart man would do in this situation. Then he thought about his sister Mary, dead these 5 years, and how no man had been there to stand up for her when she needed it. His fist caught Morrison just below the left ear, a short, hard punch that lifted the bartender off his feet and deposited him on the floor behind the bar. Morrison hit the wooden duckboards with a sound like a sack of grain dropping, bottles rattling on the shelves above him. The saloon stayed quiet for 3 heartbeats. Then Jake was there, moving fast for a big man, his hands empty but ready. "Easy now," Jake said. "Let's talk about this." Rip kept his hands loose at his sides, balanced on the balls of his feet. "Nothing to talk about. Man shouldn't hit a woman. Cleet's got his faults, but he's family. Married my sister 10 years ago." Jake's voice stayed level, reasonable. "You understand my position." Behind the bar, Morrison groaned and started to sit up. Blood trickled from his nose, and his left eye was already swelling shut. "I understand," Rip said. "But understanding don't change what happened." Jake nodded, like he'd expected that answer. "Then I reckon you better finish your drink and move on. Nothing personal, but I can't have my bartender getting knocked down in front of customers." Sally touched Rip's arm. "Please. It's not worth it." Rip looked at her, saw resignation in her eyes, the acceptance of someone who'd learned not to expect help. He finished his whiskey, set the glass on the bar, dropped a silver dollar beside it. "Much obliged for the drink," he told Jake. "Sorry about the trouble." "No hard feelings," Jake said, but his eyes said different. Morrison pulled himself upright, leaned against the back bar for support. "You sucker punched me, you bastard." "You were facing me when I hit you," Rip said. "How's that a sucker punch?" "Next time I'll be ready." "Next time you'll keep your hands to yourself." Rip touched his hat brim to Sally. "Ma'am." He walked toward the batwing doors, spurs ringing on the plank floor. Behind him conversations resumed, but the voices were lower, more careful. He'd marked himself now, become someone to watch. The doors swung shut behind him, cutting off the saloon noise. The street was busy with late afternoon traffic, freight wagons heading for the railroad, cowboys riding between saloons, merchants closing their shops for the day. Nobody paid attention to one more man walking the boardwalk. Rip paused on the hotel porch, looked across the street at the palace. Even from a distance, he could see it was a different kind of establishment. Bigger, louder, with music spilling from its doors and painted women visible through the windows. The kind of place where a man could disappear for days if he wasn't careful. A cowboy stumbled out of the palace, drunk enough to need the porch rail for support. Behind him, someone laughed, a woman's voice, bright and artificial as stage paint. Rip stepped down into the street, dodging a freight wagon loaded with supplies for some ranch farther west. The driver cursed him without heat, more habit than anger. Dust swirled up from the horse's hooves, settled on Rip's boots and clothes. Halfway across, he looked back at the cattleman's. Through the front windows he could see Jake talking to Morrison, gesturing toward the street. Making plans, probably. Deciding what to do about the stranger who'd knocked down the family bartender. Morrison pressed a bar towel to his nose, said something that made Jake's expression harden. Sally was nowhere to be seen. Rip reached the far side of the street, stepped up onto the palace's boardwalk. The building towered over him, 3 stories of brick and timber with elaborate scrollwork around the windows. A sign above the entrance proclaimed, "Palace of Delights," in letters that had been gold once but were fading to brown. The front doors stood open, held by brass fixtures shaped like naked women. Music poured out, not a piano this time, but a small orchestra with violin, trumpet, and drums. Laughter followed the music, along with the clink of glasses and the rattle of dice. A large man in a black suit stood just inside the doorway, watching the street. He had the build of someone who'd done hard physical labor, shoulders broad enough to fill a doorframe. When he saw Rip approaching, he stepped forward. "Help you?" the man asked. "Looking for a place to get a drink." The bouncer smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Heard you just had one across the street." Word traveled fast in a town like Dodge. Probably half the street knew about the fight by now. The other half would hear by supper time. "That's right," Rip said. "Now I'm looking for another one." "Maybe you ought to look somewhere else. We don't want trouble here." Rip studied the man's face, read the challenge there. The bouncer was testing him, seeing if he'd back down or push forward. Behind him, the palace's customers continued their revelries, unaware of the drama playing out at their front door. "I'm not looking for trouble," Rip said. "Just whiskey. Trouble seems to follow you around. Sometimes. But not today, if folks are reasonable." The bouncer considered this, glanced back into the saloon, then at Rip again. Whatever he saw in Rip's expression made him step aside. "One drink," he said. "Then you move on." Rip touched his hat brim. "Much obliged." He walked past the bouncer into the palace, into noise and light and the smell of perfume and whiskey. The place was twice the size of the Cattleman's, with gaming tables scattered across a main floor and a balcony running around three sides, where women in bright dresses leaned over the railing to talk to customers below. A bar ran along one wall, tended by two bartenders who moved with practiced efficiency. Rip walked toward it, aware of curious glances from other patrons, feeling the weight of the bouncer's stare on his back. Behind the bar, bottles gleamed in the gaslight like jewels in a treasure chest. The mirror was larger and cleaner than the one at the Cattleman's, and it reflected a room full of men intent on spending their money on pleasure. Rip ordered whiskey, got the same brand he'd had across the street but poured more generous. The bartender was Mexican, quick and quiet, with scars on his hands that spoke of knife work. "First time in the palace?" the bartender asked. "That's right. Welcome to Dodge City." Rip raised his glass in a mock toast, tasted whiskey that burned smooth and clean. Through the big front windows, he could see the Cattlemans across the street, could imagine Jake and Morrison planning their response to his insult. 2 hotels, 2 saloons, 2 different ways of doing business. He'd made his choice when he hit Morrison, burned his bridge back to the respectable side of the street. Now he stood in enemy territory, drinking expensive whiskey and wondering what kind of trouble he'd bought himself this time. Chapter 3. The bouncer's name was Boulder, and he earned it honest. 6 feet of solid muscle, packed into a black suit that strained at the seams, with hands like ham hocks, and a face that had stopped more punches than a prizefighter's gloves. He stood in the palace doorway, like a mountain that had decided to take up residence there. Rip finished his whiskey, set the glass on the mahogany bar top. The Mexican bartender, his name was Cisco according to the painted sign behind the bottles, poured another without being asked. "On the house," Cisco said. "Vicente's orders." "Who's Vicente?" "The boss. He wants to meet you." Through the mirror behind the bar, Rip watched Balder's reflection. The big man hadn't moved from his post, but his attention was focused on the street outside, watching the Cattlemans like a general studying enemy positions. "Trouble coming?" Rip asked. Cisco shrugged, polished a glass with practiced efficiency. "Always trouble coming. Question is when it gets here." The palace buzzed with evening activity. Cowboys fresh off the trail mixed with local businessmen, all of them drawn by the promise of games and women and whiskey that didn't burn going down. The orchestra played in one corner, violin, cornet, and drums, while a woman in a red dress sang something French that none of the customers understood but all of them appreciated. A poker game occupied the center table, 5 men with serious money riding on pasteboard and luck. Rip recognized the type. Professionals who made their living reading other men's faces, finding the weakness that would separate a cowboy from his pay. "Your boss always buy drinks for men who cause trouble across the street?" Rip asked. "Vicente buys drinks for men who might be useful," Cisco said. "Whether you caused trouble or stopped it, that's for him to decide." A woman descended the stairs from the 2nd floor, moving with the controlled grace of someone accustomed to being watched. She was older than Sally, maybe 30, with black hair piled high, and a green dress that showed enough to interest without revealing everything. Her skin was olive dark, and when she smiled it reached her eyes. "You must be the famous Rip Campbell," she said, extending a gloved hand. "I'm Carmen Delgado." Rip took her hand, found it warm and firm. "News travels fast in this town." "Bad news travels faster than good news. Good news travels faster than the truth." She gestured toward a table in the corner, away from the crowd. "Vicente would like to speak with you." The table sat in shadow, occupied by a single man, who watched the room with the patience of a spider in its web. Vicente Morales was smaller than Rip expected, maybe 5'6", with silver threading through black hair and lines around his eyes that spoke of years spent reading other men's intentions. He wore a white shirt with pearl buttons, black vest, and a gold watch chain that caught the gaslight. His hands rested on the table, well-kept but scarred across the knuckles. A man who'd worked his way up from nothing and remembered where he came from. "Mr. Campbell," Morales said, rising to shake hands. "Welcome to the palace. Please sit." Carmen poured whiskey from a bottle that hadn't appeared on any shelf Rip had seen. Private stock, smooth as silk and twice as expensive. The kind of liquor that bought loyalty and sealed bargains. "I hear you had words with Jake McCready," Morales said. "Had words with his bartender." Jake was reasonable about it. Jake's always reasonable. It's his strength and his weakness. Morales sipped his whiskey, studied Rip over the rim of his glass. "What brought you to Dodge?" "Trail drive. Working for Ezra Bone." "Good man, Bone. Pays his debts, keeps his word. How long you plan to stay in town?" Rip shrugged. "Week, maybe 2. Depends on how long my money lasts." "Money lasts longer when you're winning." Around them, the palace continued its evening business. Dice rattled, cards whispered across felt, women laughed at jokes that weren't funny because the men telling them had money to spend. It was a world Rip knew well. He'd worked in places like this, gambled in them, sometimes fought in them when situations required it. "You offering me a job?" Rip asked. "I'm offering you opportunity. This town's got 2 kinds of establishments. Those that cater to cowboys with trail dust in their hair, and those that serve a more refined clientele." Morales gestured around the palace. "We attract a better class of customer. Saw your better class when I walked in. Looked like cowboys to me." Morales smiled. "Cowboys with money left to spend. There's a difference." Boulder appeared beside their table, moving silent as smoke despite his size. He leaned down, whispered something in Morales's ear. The owner's expression didn't change, but his eyes hardened. "It seems Jake McCready has sent visitors," Morales said. 3 of his boys standing across the street. They've been there 10 minutes, just watching." Rip turned to look through the front windows. Sure enough, 3 men loitered on the cattleman's porch, trying to look casual and failing. One was Morrison, a bandage across his nose and his left eye swollen purple. The other 2 were range riders, judging by their clothes and the way they carried themselves. "They waiting for me?" Rip asked. "Hard to say. Could be they're just enjoying the evening air." Carmen laughed, a sound like silver bells with an edge of steel. "Vicente, you're a terrible liar. What do you think they want?" Rip asked Boulder. The big man's voice was surprisingly soft, like distant thunder. "Think they want to discuss your manners." "My manners are fine." Morrison's nose might disagree. Rip finished his whiskey, stood up. "Reckon I'll go find out what they're discussing." "That might not be wise," Morales said. 3 against 1 isn't sporting odds. Sometimes a man doesn't get to pick his odds. Boulder stepped forward. "I could go with you. Even things up some." "Appreciate the offer, but this is my affair." Rip walked toward the front doors, aware that conversation in the palace was dying as customers sensed trouble brewing. The orchestra kept playing, but even the music sounded nervous. Outside, the evening air carried the smell of dust and horse manure, cooking food and wood smoke. Street lamps were being lit along Front Street, casting pools of yellow light on the boardwalks. A few pedestrians hurried past, heads down, the kind of people who'd learned to avoid other folks' troubles. Morrison saw him coming and stepped off the cattleman's porch, his 2 companions flanking him. They spread out as they crossed the street, giving themselves room to work. "Campbell," Morrison called when they were 20 feet apart. "We need to talk." "I'm listening." Morrison's face was a mess, broken nose, black eye, split lip. He'd cleaned up some, but whiskey stains still marked his white shirt, and his hands shook with either anger or fear. "You sucker punched me in my own saloon," Morrison said. "Already told you. You were facing me when I hit you. In front of customers. Made me look like a fool. Didn't take much doing. The man on Morrison's left, thin, with a scraggly beard and nervous eyes, took a step forward. You got a smart mouth for a man standing alone. I'm standing where I choose to stand. The third man was older, steadier, with gray in his hair and old scars on his hands. He watched Rip with professional interest, like a carpenter examining wood grain. This don't have to get ugly, the older man said. Cleet's got his pride hurt is all. You apologize, maybe buy him a drink, we can call it square. Rip looked at Morrison's battered face, at the fear in his eyes that he was trying to hide with bluster. The man had learned something about consequences, about what happened when you hit women in front of the wrong person. I'm not apologizing for doing what was right, Rip said. Morrison's face flushed red above his bandages. That whore ain't worth fighting over. Every woman's worth fighting over when a man hits her. The thin cowboy with the beard spat in the dust. You some kind of saint? Just a man who minds his manners. Balder's voice came from behind Rip, soft as a cat's purr. Evening, boys. Nice night for a walk. The three men from the Cattleman's looked past Rip, and their expressions changed. Boulder stood in the palace doorway, filling it completely, his hands loose at his sides. This is private business, the older cowboy said. Don't look private to me. Looks like three men planning to jump one. Boulder stepped onto the boardwalk, then down into the street. That ain't sporting. Morrison found his courage, or pretended to. We just want to talk. Then talk. But keep your hands where I can see them. The thin cowboy's right hand drifted toward his gun butt. Boulder noticed the movement, shook his head like a teacher correcting a slow student. Son, you don't want to do that. Why not? Because you'll be dead before you clear leather, and your friends will have to explain to Jake why they let you get killed over Cleet's hurt feelings. The standoff stretched like a rope under tension. Morrison breathed hard through his broken nose, making wet whistling sounds. The thin cowboy's hand hovered near his pistol, indecision written across his face. The older man watched Boulder with the respect one professional gives another. People on both sides of the street had stopped to watch. Windows filled with faces, doorways framed curious onlookers. A fight was entertainment in a town like Dodge, especially when it involved the two main saloons. Let it go, Cleet, the older cowboy said finally. This ain't the time or place. Morrison's good eye blazed with frustration, but he nodded. This ain't finished, Campbell. Finished or not, it's done for tonight, Boulder said. The three men from the Cattleman's backed away, keeping their eyes on Boulder and Rip. When they reached the far boardwalk, they turned and walked toward their saloon with as much dignity as they could manage. Obliged, Rip told Boulder. The big man shrugged. Vicente don't like his customers getting shot in the street. Bad for business. They walked back toward the palace together. Behind them, normal street activity resumed as people realized the show was over. That older fellow knew what he was about, Boulder said. You know him? Name's Curtis Wade. Used to work for the law down in Abilene before he came here. Steady man, good with a gun. If he'd backed Morrison's play, things might have gone different. Inside the palace, Vicente Morales waited at the same corner table, the same bottle of expensive whiskey open before him. He poured drinks as Rip and Boulder approached. Interesting evening, Morales said. How did our neighbors across the street seem to you? Seemed like they wanted trouble, but weren't quite ready to pay the price for it, Rip said. Trouble's like a debt. It always comes due eventually. Morales raised his glass. To interesting times. They drank, and Rip tasted opportunity mixed with the whiskey. Vicente Morales was a man with plans, and he was looking for tools to carry them out. The question was what kind of tool he expected Rip to be. Outside, Dodge City settled into its evening rhythm. But across the street at the Cattleman's, Jake McCready was probably having a long conversation with his bartender about pride and consequences and what happened when you picked fights with strangers. The war hadn't started yet, but the first shots had been fired. Chapter 4. The morning sun slanted through the palace windows when Rip came downstairs, his boots echoing on polished hardwood. The main floor looked different in daylight, smaller somehow, with dust motes dancing in the air and the smell of stale smoke and spilled whiskey hanging like ghosts from the night before. Cisco worked behind the bar, inventorying bottles and making notes in a leather-bound ledger. He looked up when Rip appeared, nodded toward a corner table where Vicente Morales sat with coffee and a plate of eggs. "Boss wants to talk," Cisco said. Morales had traded his evening finery for working clothes, cotton shirt, leather vest, boots that showed honest wear. He looked more like a successful rancher than a saloon owner, which was probably the point. "Sleep well?" Morales asked as Rip joined him. "Well enough." Rip poured coffee from a pot on the table, black and strong enough to wake the dead. "What's on your mind?" "Business. The kind that might interest a man with your particular talents." Through the front windows, Rip could see the street coming alive with morning traffic. Freight wagons rolled toward the railroad depot, loaded with goods bound for points east. Cowboys from the various trail herds lounged on boardwalks, spending yesterday's pay on today's pleasures. "What talents would those be?" Rip asked. "The talent for standing up when other men back down. The talent for seeing a situation clearly without letting sentiment cloud your judgment." Morales sipped his coffee, studied Rip over the rim. "Jake McCready's been cutting into my business for 6 months now. Stealing girls, bribing customers, spreading stories about the quality of my establishment. That's business. Man's got a right to compete. Competition's one thing. What Jake's doing goes beyond competition." Morales leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conversational tone. 3 weeks ago, one of my girls turned up beaten half to death in an alley. Someone told her she'd be safer working across the street. Rip thought about Sally, about the careful powder that hadn't quite hidden her bruises. "You think McCready was behind it?" "I think Jake's got ambitious ideas about running both sides of this street. And I think he needs to be reminded that ambition without strength is just wishful thinking." A young Mexican woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food that made Rip's stomach remind him he hadn't eaten since yesterday. Beef and eggs, fried potatoes, biscuits that were still steaming. "Compliments of the house," Morales said. "A man thinks better on a full stomach." Rip ate while Morales talked, laying out his grievances against the Cattlemans with the precision of a lawyer presenting a case. Missing customers, stolen employees, mysterious accidents that befell anyone who showed the palace too much loyalty. "What do you want from me?" Rip asked, finally. "I want you to help level the playing field. Nothing illegal, nothing that crosses the line. Just a man exercising his right to compete. I'm not a hired gun. I'm not asking you to shoot anyone. I'm asking you to be visible, to show Jake that I have resources he might not have considered." Rip finished his eggs, pushed the plate away. Through the window, he watched a group of men loading supplies into wagons near the railroad depot. They had the purposeful movements of people preparing for a long journey. "Wagon train forming?" he asked. Morales followed his gaze. "Captain Thaddeus Polk's outfit. Heading for Oregon Territory, families mostly. They've been gathering supplies for 2 weeks, looking for guards and drivers." "You know this Polk?" "Met him once. Military man, fought in the war. The kind who thinks discipline and preparation can overcome any obstacle." Morales refilled their coffee cups. Why do you ask? Man likes to know his options. Your options include a comfortable room here, good food, better whiskey, and the company of some very attractive women. Plus whatever arrangement we work out regarding Jake McCready. A commotion outside drew their attention. Two men were arguing near one of the supply wagons, their voices carrying through the open window. One was tall and gray-haired, wearing a blue cavalry jacket with the insignia removed. The other was younger, broader, with the look of someone accustomed to getting his way through size and volume. That's Poke, Morales said, indicating the older man. The other one's Dutch Kämmerer, owns the freight business. What's the argument about? Probably money. It's always about money. The argument ended with Kämmerer stalking away, his face red with anger. Poke watched him go, then turned back to his wagons with the patient expression of a man accustomed to dealing with difficult people. Interesting, Rip said. What's interesting? Man organizing a wagon train, having trouble with his suppliers. Might need help from someone who knows how to handle problems. Morales smiled. You thinking of signing on with them? Thinking about keeping my options open. And what about my proposition? Rip stood, dropped a silver dollar on the table for the meal. I'll think about that too. Don't think too long. Opportunities have a way of disappearing when a man hesitates. Rip walked outside, into morning sunshine, and the bustle of a cattle town coming awake. The argument between Poke and Kämmerer had drawn a small crowd, but it was dispersing now that the show was over. He crossed the street, threading between freight wagons and saddle horses, dodging a group of cowboys who'd obviously started their day with whiskey instead of coffee. The cattlemen's looked quiet, curtains drawn like a church on Monday morning. The wagon train camp occupied a stretch of ground near the railroad depot, a dozen canvas-covered conestogas arranged in a rough circle with livestock corralled in the center. Women hung laundry on improvised lines, while children played games that required running and shouting. Men worked on harness, checked wheels, performed the thousand small tasks that kept a traveling community moving. Captain Poke stood beside the lead wagon, consulting a list written in careful handwriting. Up close, he looked older than Rip had first thought, maybe 50, with lines around his eyes and gray threading through brown hair. His blue jacket was faded but clean, and he wore it like a uniform. Captain Poke, Rip said. The man looked up, took in Rip's trail clothes and the gun on his hip. Yes. Heard you might be looking for guards. I'm Rip Campbell. Experience. 6 years driving cattle, 2 years riding shotgun for freight lines, 4 years in the war. Which side? Texas Regiment, Hood's Brigade. Poke nodded. Good outfit. I was with Sherman, but that's past history. He studied Rip with professional interest. Why do you want to go west? Man needs to eat. Trail work's honest pay. Honest work, honest pay, Poke agreed. But this isn't a cattle drive. We've got families, women and children. I need men who understand the responsibility that brings. Around them, the wagon train continued its preparations. A woman scolded her son for getting too close to the livestock. A man repaired a broken wheel, spoke with patient skill. The sounds were domestic, peaceful, far removed from the tensions brewing on Front Street. I understand responsibility, Rip said. Do you? Because I heard you had trouble at one of the saloons last night. News traveled fast in Dodge. Probably half the town knew about the confrontation by now. Had words with some men who didn't approve of my manners. And how did those words end? With nobody getting shot. Poke almost smiled. That's something, I suppose. What kind of wages are you expecting? 50 a month, found. That's top dollar for guard work. I do top work. A woman approached from one of the wagons, moving with the confident stride of someone accustomed to being listened to. She was young, maybe 25, with dark hair pinned back practical and brown eyes that missed nothing. Her dress was plain but well made, the kind that would wear well on the trail. "Father," she said to Poke, "Mrs. Henderson's baby has the croup again." "This is my daughter Rebecca," Poke said. "Rebecca, Mr. Campbell. He's inquiring about guard work." Rebecca nodded politely, but her attention was focused on more immediate concerns. "The Henderson baby needs medicine we don't have." "What kind of medicine?" Rip asked. "Something to ease the coughing, help him breathe better. There's a doctor in town, Doc Morrison. He'd have what you need." "Morrison?" Poke's expression darkened. "Related to the bartender at the Cattleman's?" "His brother," Rebecca said. "I met him yesterday. He seemed reluctant to help." Rip thought about Cleet Morrison's broken nose, about family loyalty and the way grudges worked in small towns. "I could talk to him." "That might make things worse," Rebecca said, "given your recent interaction with his brother." Smart woman, Rip thought. She'd heard about the fight and drawn the logical conclusions. "Maybe," Rip said. "Or maybe he'll be more cooperative when he understands the situation." "The situation being what?" Poke asked. "A sick baby who needs help. Everything else is just noise." Rebecca studied Rip's face, looking for something. Whatever she found seemed to satisfy her. "I'll come with you." "Rebecca," Poke started. "The baby needs medicine, and I know what to ask for." She turned to Rip. "If you're willing to help." "I'm willing." They walked toward town together, past the loading docks where freight wagons discharged their cargo, and the corrals where trail herds waited for shipment east. Rebecca moved with purposeful strides, a woman accustomed to getting things done. "You don't approve of saloons," Rip said. It wasn't a question. "I don't approve of violence. There's a difference. Sometimes violence stops worse things from happening. And sometimes it just creates more violence." They'd reached the edge of the business district, where Front Street began its stretch of saloons and gaming houses. The morning crowd was different from the night shift. Clerks and merchants, a few early customers nursing hangovers with hair of the dog. "Doc Morrison's office is above the apothecary," Rebecca said. "I'll do the talking. You might have better luck without me there." "Maybe. But the baby can't wait while we worry about hurt feelings." They climbed exterior stairs to a door marked Morrison, M.D., in faded gold letters. Rebecca knocked, waited, knocked again. Finally, footsteps approached from inside. The door opened to reveal a man who shared his brother's thin build but little else. Where Cleet Morrison was weak and mean, Doc Morrison looked tired and competent. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, and he smelled of carbolic and whiskey. "Miss Whitman," he said to Rebecca. "I told you yesterday." Then he saw Rip and stopped talking. "Doctor," Rip said, "we need medicine for a baby with the croup." Doc Morrison's face went through several expressions before settling on resignation. "Come in, I suppose." The office was small but clean, with medical texts lining one wall and instruments laid out on a cloth-covered table. Bottles and jars filled a cabinet, labeled in Latin words that meant nothing to Rip. "Ipecac and paregoric," Morrison said, selecting 2 small bottles. "Mix a teaspoon of each in warm water. Give it every 4 hours until the breathing eases." "How much?" Rebecca asked. Morrison looked at Rip, then at Rebecca. "No charge. Professional courtesy." "Much obliged, Doc." They were halfway to the door when Morrison spoke again. Cleet's my brother, but he brought his troubles on himself. A man who hits women. He shrugged. Some things can't be excused, even for family. Outside, Rebecca tucked the medicine bottles into her reticule. That went better than I expected. Doc Morrison's a good man. His brother's the problem. They walked back toward the wagon train, past the palace where Boulder stood in the doorway like a monument to controlled violence. He nodded to Rip, touched his hat brim to Rebecca. Your new friends seem colorful, Rebecca said. They're not my friends. Just people I've met. My father says you can judge a man by the company he keeps. What if a man doesn't have much choice in his company? Rebecca considered this. Then I suppose you judge him by what he does with the choices he does have. They'd reached the wagon train, where Captain Polk waited with obvious impatience. Rebecca hurried toward the Henderson wagon with her medicine, leaving Rip alone with her father. $50 a month, you said? Polk asked. That's right. When can you start? When do you need me? We leave in 2 weeks. I need guards who'll be here when it's time to go, not laid up in jail or running from local troubles. Rip looked back toward Front Street, where the palace and the Cattlemans faced each other like boxers in opposite corners. Vicente Morales would be expecting an answer to his proposition, and Jake McCready would be planning his response to last night's confrontation. I'll be here, Rip said. See that you are. This train's got a schedule to keep, and I don't wait for stragglers. Polk walked away to check on other preparations, leaving Rip standing beside the circle of wagons. Children played between the wheels while their mothers worked at domestic tasks. Men maintained equipment with the patient skill of people who understood that broken things could mean death on the trail. It was a different world from the one across the tracks, where men settled differences with fists and guns, and the night never really ended. A world where a sick baby mattered more than hurt pride, where families planned for futures instead of just surviving until morning. Rebecca emerged from the Henderson wagon, smiled when she saw the baby breathing easier in his mother's arms. Thank you, she said to Rip. You did a good thing. Doc Morrison did the good thing. I just asked. Sometimes asking is the hardest part. She had a point. Back on Front Street, men were probably planning retaliations and calculating odds, preparing for conflicts that would solve nothing and settle less. But here in the wagon circle, a baby breathed easier because someone had been willing to ask for help. 2 weeks, Rip thought. 2 weeks to keep his head down, avoid trouble, and be ready to ride west with decent people toward a clean start. It seemed simple enough. Which probably meant it would be anything but simple. Chapter 5. The Henderson baby was breathing easier by evening, but Rip's troubles were just getting started. He sat in the palace nursing a whiskey and watching the street through windows that needed cleaning, thinking about 2 weeks and clean starts and the way good intentions had a habit of going sideways. Carmen Delgado slid into the chair across from him, moving with the practiced grace that made men forget they were married. She traded her green dress for something in blue silk that caught the lamplight and held it. You look like a man with decisions to make, she said. Decisions are easy. Living with them's the hard part. She signaled Cisco for drinks, waited until he'd poured before speaking again. Vicente told me about his proposition. Did he tell you what I said about it? He said you were thinking. But thinking and doing are different things, and time has a way of making decisions for us. The palace was filling with its usual evening crowd. Cowboys with money burning holes in their pockets, local merchants looking for entertainment, travelers passing through on their way to somewhere else. The piano player worked through melodies that sounded familiar without being identifiable, background music for private conversations and public displays. "What's your interest in Vicente's business?" Rip asked. Carmen smiled, the expression reaching her eyes. "Vicente and I have an understanding. He takes care of the business, I take care of him. That's simple. Simple things usually are. It's complicated things that cause trouble." Through the window, Rip could see the Cattleman's across the street. Light spilled from its windows, and shadows moved behind the glass. People going about their evening business, probably not thinking about wars between saloons or the price of pride. "Speaking of complicated," Carmen said, following his gaze, "your friend Sally came by this afternoon." That got Rip's attention. "She's not my friend. I just met her yesterday." "Maybe, but she asked about you specifically. Wanted to know if you were really working for Vicente or just causing trouble for sport." "What did you tell her?" "I told her men like you don't work for anybody but themselves. The question is what you choose to fight for." A disturbance at one of the poker tables drew their attention. A cowboy in a checkered shirt was arguing with the dealer about marked cards, his voice getting louder as other players tried to calm him down. Boulder materialized beside the table like smoke, his presence ending the argument without a word being spoken. "Your bouncer's good at his job," Rip said. "Boulder's good at most jobs. That's why Vicente keeps him around." The cowboy collected his remaining chips and left, muttering about crooked games and dishonest dealers. The poker game resumed, with everyone a little more careful about their accusations. "Sally's not the only one asking questions about you," Carmen continued. "Jake McCready sent a man around today, casual-like, wanting to know what our relationship might be." "What kind of man?" "Curtis Wade. You know him?" Rip remembered the older cowboy from last night's confrontation, the one with steady eyes and professional awareness. "Met him yesterday. He struck me as reasonable." Reasonable men can be the most dangerous kind. They think before they act, plan before they move. The evening crowd continued to build. A group of soldiers from the fort played cards near the back, their blue uniforms marking them as different from the civilian customers. Two women in bright dresses worked the room, laughing at jokes and encouraging drinks, part of the palace's entertainment. "You ever think about getting out of this business?" Rip asked Carmen. "What business would that be?" "The business of managing other people's troubles." She considered this, sipping whiskey that cost more than most men made in a week. "Everyone's in the trouble business, one way or another. The only choice is whether you manage the troubles or let them manage you." Vicente Morales appeared at their table, moving with the quiet authority that marked successful men in dangerous occupations. He changed clothes again, this time into evening wear that belonged in San Francisco or New Orleans rather than a Kansas cow town. "Rip," he said, settling into the remaining chair, "I trust you've had time to consider our earlier conversation." "Still considering." "While you consider, Jake McCready's been making moves. 3 of my girls received visits today from concerned citizens, warning them about the dangers of working in disreputable establishments." "What kind of concerned citizens?" "The kind that carry clubs and know how to use them." Carmen leaned forward, her expression serious. Maria Consuela came back with a black eye and a split lip. Said, 2 men jumped her in the alley behind Patterson's store, told her she'd be safer working across the street. Rip thought about Sally's bruises, about the careful way she'd moved when he first saw her. "McCready's playing rough." "Which is why I need someone willing to play rough back," Vicente said. "Nothing permanent, nothing that crosses legal lines. Just a demonstration that the palace has resources Jake might want to think twice about challenging." Through the front windows, Rip could see normal evening activity on Front Street. Cowboys moved between saloons, merchants closed their shops, families hurried home to supper and safety. To most people, it was just another night in a cattle town. But underneath the surface, pressure was building like steam in a boiler. "What did you have in mind?" Rip asked. Vicente smiled. "Nothing complicated. Just spread word that the palace treats its employees better than the competition. Maybe mention that we're always looking for good people who want to work in a safe environment. And if McCready objects to my recruiting methods, then we'll deal with his objections when they arise." Carmen finished her whiskey, stood with fluid grace. "I should check on the girls, make sure everyone's feeling secure." After she left, Vicente poured fresh drinks from his private bottle. The whiskey was smooth as silk and twice as expensive, the kind that sealed bargains and bought loyalty. "Carmen's right about Curtis Wade," Vicente said. "He's been asking questions, careful like about your background and intentions." "What kind of questions?" "The kind that suggest Jake's thinking beyond simple revenge for his bartender's broken nose." The piano player launched into a waltz, and couples began moving onto the small dance floor near the orchestra. It was a civilized scene, refined entertainment for people with money to spend and time to waste. "Wade fought for the Union," Vicente continued. "Rose to sergeant before the war ended, then worked as a deputy in Abilene until things got too quiet for his taste. Good with a gun. Good enough. But more importantly, he's smart. Thinks like a general instead of a soldier." Rip watched the dancers spinning to three-quarter time, their movements graceful and practiced. It reminded him of better times, before the war and its aftermath, when violence was something that happened to other people in distant places. "I'll talk to some of McCready's girls," he said finally. Casual conversation, nothing that could be called coercion. "I knew you were a reasonable man. Don't mistake me for something I'm not. I'm helping because those women deserve better than getting beaten in alleys, not because I want to run Jake McCready out of business. Motives don't matter as long as results do." They shook hands across the table, sealing an agreement that both men understood might lead places neither of them intended to go. The next morning found Rip walking Front Street in the early sunshine, observing the rhythm of a cattle town coming awake. Shopkeepers swept their boardwalks, freight wagons rolled toward the railroad depot, and the smell of bacon and coffee drifted from restaurant kitchens. He timed his walk to coincide with the changing of shifts at the Cattleman's, when the night girls went home and the day workers arrived. Most of the women lived in a boarding house 3 blocks from the main district, a respectable-looking place run by a widow named Mrs. Patterson. Sally emerged from the boarding house as Rip approached, moving carefully like someone whose ribs still hurt. She'd covered her bruises with powder, but the damage showed in the way she held herself. "Morning," Rip said, touching his hat brim. She stopped, looked around nervously. "You shouldn't be talking to me. Jake doesn't like his girls fraternizing with the competition. Just making conversation with a neighbor." "We're not neighbors. We work different sides of the street." But she didn't walk away, and Rip took that as encouragement. "Heard there was trouble yesterday," he said. "Someone bothering working girls." Sally's expression hardened. "There's always trouble. Goes with the territory. Doesn't have to. Some places, management looks out for their employees. And some places, management looks out for themselves first." 2 other women approached from the boarding house, both dressed for day work at the Cattleman's. They nodded to Sally, glanced curiously at Rip, then continued toward Front Street. "You know Maria Consuela?" Rip asked. "I know her." "What about her?" "Heard she had an accident yesterday. Fell down some stairs." Sally's laugh was bitter. "Funny how many girls fall down stairs in this town. Must be something wrong with the construction." Palace has better stairs, from what I hear. Palace has other problems. Such as? Sally studied his face, looking for something. Such as men who make promises they might not be able to keep. I'm not making promises. Just observing that some employers treat their people better than others. And what makes you an expert on employment practices? Experience. I've worked for good men and bad men, and I've learned to tell the difference. A freight wagon rumbled past, loaded with supplies for some ranch farther west. The driver nodded to them, his attention focused on traffic and the business of getting his cargo delivered safely. Say I was interested in changing employers, Sally said carefully. Hypothetically speaking, what kind of terms might be available? Better pay, safer working conditions, management that doesn't solve problems with their fists. And the catch? No catch. Just honest work for honest wages. Sally considered this, glanced toward the Cattleman's where Jake McCready was probably planning his day's business. I'll think about it, she said finally. Thinking's good. But don't think too long. Opportunities have a way of disappearing. She walked toward Front Street with the careful steps of someone who'd learned not to attract unnecessary attention. Rip watched her go, then headed back toward the palace to report on his recruitment efforts. Behind him, Curtis Wade stepped out from behind a storefront, his expression thoughtful. He'd heard enough of the conversation to understand what was happening, and the knowledge sat in his eyes like a poker player calculating odds. The testing had begun, and both sides were taking each other's measure. What came next would depend on how far each man was willing to push, and what price they were prepared to pay for victory. Chapter 6. The batwing doors of the palace swung open just after noon, admitting a slant of dusty sunlight and 3 women who hesitated on the threshold. Sally led the way, her face set in a look that was equal parts defiance and fear. The 2 women behind her clutched their carpetbags like shields. Vicente Morales rose from his corner table, smooth as a cat, and walked to meet them. He didn't smile, but his eyes held a welcome. Ladies, we've been expecting you. Jake wasn't happy to see us go, Sally said. Her voice was steady, but her hands were not. He said things. Jake McCready's words have a way of getting stuck in his own throat, Morales said. He gestured toward Carmen, who approached with a bottle and 3 clean glasses on a tray. Carmen will show you to your new rooms. They're larger than what you're used to, and the locks are stronger. Rip watched from the bar, nursing a beer that was still cold from the cellar. He'd done what Morales asked, and now the consequences were walking through the door. Carmen led the women up the grand staircase, her voice a low murmur of reassurance. One of the girls looked back at Rip, a question in her eyes. He gave a slight nod, the only answer he had. You've stirred the anthill, my friend, Morales said, joining Rip at the bar. McCready won't take this lying down. He started it, Rip said. Beating on women in alleys. Starting and finishing are 2 different things. Morales watched the street, his expression unreadable. Now we see how he chooses to finish. The answer came 2 nights later. A man stumbled into the palace near midnight, his hat gone and his fine wool coat torn at the shoulder. He was a cattle buyer from Kansas City named Peterson, a man who played cards at both the palace and the Cattleman's, favoring neither. Blood trickled from a cut above his eye, and he listed to one side like a ship taking on water. Boulder caught him before he hit the floor, guiding him to a chair. What happened, Mr. Peterson? 2 men, Peterson gasped, trying to catch his breath. In the alley by the livery. Took my watch, my wallet. Cisco brought him a whiskey. Peterson downed it in one gulp, the liquor making him shudder. Did you see their faces? Morales asked, his voice quiet. One was that older fellow, the one McCready keeps around. Wade, Peterson touched the cut on his head. He didn't do the hitting. The other one did. A boy with a scruffy beard. Rip remembered the thin cowboy from the street confrontation, the one with nervous eyes and a hand that strayed toward his gun. They didn't just want your money, did they? Rip said. Peterson looked from Rip to Morales, understanding dawning in his bruised face. Wade said something. Before they left. He said, "The company you keep can be expensive." Morales stared into his whiskey glass for a long time after Peterson had been helped upstairs to a room. The piano player had stopped playing. The only sounds were the rattle of dice from a faro table and the low murmur of conversation as word spread through the saloon. Rip walked over to Morales's table. He's drawing a line. Anyone who drinks here is a target. It's a smart move, Morales admitted, his voice tight with anger. He can't afford to lose more girls, so he attacks my customers. Frightens the trade away without ever setting foot on my property. Frightening men with fists is one thing, Rip said. Soon he'll use men with guns. You need to be ready for that. Morales looked up, his dark eyes sharp. You have a suggestion? I've seen this kind of fight before. It doesn't get smaller. It gets bigger until one side breaks. You need men who do more than bounce drunks and watch the door. Men who know how to finish things. Morales nodded slowly, a decision forming. You are not wrong. The next morning, Cisco was wiping down the bar when Rip came down for coffee. The saloon was empty, except for the two of them. Boss was at the telegraph office an hour ago, Cisco said without looking up. Sent a wire to a man he knows in El Paso. Business? Rip asked. You could call it that. He was hiring. 3 days later, they arrived on the afternoon train. There were 3 of them, all Mexican, dressed in dark clothes that didn't show the trail dust. They carried their gear in simple blanket rolls, but the colts on their hips were well oiled and worn in a way that spoke of constant practice. They didn't come into the palace looking for a drink. They came in looking for Vicente Morales, spoke to him in quiet Spanish for 10 minutes, then disappeared into rooms upstairs. They were not bartenders or bouncers. They were soldiers. The town noticed. Sheriff Drummond, a man who preferred paperwork to gun work, made a point of walking down the opposite side of the street. Fewer cowhands drifted into the palace just to look at the painted ladies. The ones who did come came for serious drinking or gambling, and they kept their voices down. An invisible line had been drawn down the middle of Front Street, and people were choosing their side. Across the street, Curtis Wade saw it all. He sat on the porch of the Cattleman's, whittling a piece of wood, his hat tipped low. He watched the 3 men from El Paso arrive. He watched them take up positions, one in the upstairs hotel window, one lounging near the front door, one in the card room. An hour after they settled in, Wade tossed his wood carving into the dust and walked to the telegraph office. McCready was escalating too. The word came back on the evening stage. A rumor passed from the driver to a stable hand to a girl who worked at the bathhouse. McCready had sent for the Tooley brothers from San Antonio. There were 2 of them, and their reputation was for settling arguments with shotguns. The air in Dodge City grew thick, heavy with things unsaid. The laughter from the saloons sounded strained. The music seemed louder, trying to cover a silence that was growing in the streets. Rip felt the change. He saw the glances that followed him, the way men from the Cattleman's watched his every move. Morales had offered him a steady wage to stay on as part of his new security, but Rip knew what that meant. It meant picking a side, digging in, and waiting for the shooting to start. It was a job he knew how to do, but it wasn't the life he wanted. Not anymore. He walked past the corrals and the loading pens toward the circle of wagons on the prairie. The sounds of the camp reached him first. A crying baby, a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil, a woman singing a hymn as she hung laundry. It was the sound of people building something, not tearing it down. He found Captain Poke, overseeing the reinforcement of a wagon axle. The captain looked up, his eyes weary but determined. "Mr. Campbell. Come to watch honest work." "Came to do some," Rip said. Poke wiped his hands on a greasy rag. "My offer still stands. 50 a month, and found. We pull out in 9 days. I need men who will be here, sober and ready to travel when that day comes." "I'll be here," Rip said. Poke studied his face, looking for the truth of it. "You're involved in that saloon trouble. I hear things. I'm uninvolving myself. That's why I'm here. A man can't always walk away from trouble he's helped create." "This time I can," Rip said. "This time I'm riding west." Poke grunted, seeming to accept it. He pulled a worn, leather-bound roster from his coat pocket and a pencil stub. "Sign your name. I'll advance you $20 against your first month's pay. The rest you'll get in Oregon." Rip took the pencil and wrote Ripley Campbell on the line under 2 other names. The lead felt strange in his fingers, more final than the grip of a pistol. He took the folded bills Poke handed him, the paper worn soft with use. It felt different from the silver dollars Morales paid him with. It felt like a promise. 9 days, Poke said, his voice a warning. "Be ready." Rip walked away from the camp, the $20 in his pocket feeling heavier than the 200 he'd started with. Behind him, the sounds of the wagon train faded. Ahead, the false fronts of Dodge City shimmered in the afternoon heat, a powder keg waiting for a spark. He had 9 days to stay clear of the flame. Chapter 7. 8 days. Rip counted them off like a prisoner marking walls. He spent the morning at the wagon camp, helping a farmer from Illinois reset the iron tire on a wheel. The work was simple, honest. Heat the iron ring in a fire until it expanded, slip it over the wooden wheel, then douse it with buckets of cold water. The metal screamed and hissed, shrinking tight, locking the wheel into a single solid piece. The farmer, a man named Gable with hands like shovels, nodded his thanks and offered Rip a tin cup of lukewarm water. "You're handy with this work," Gable said. "Did a bit of smithing once," Rip said. It was true, for a winter in a town he couldn't remember the name of. He looked around the camp. Women mended clothes, men checked harnesses, children chased a stray dog through the tall grass. They were all focused on one thing, the journey west. The troubles of Dodge City were a distant noise, a storm on a horizon they planned to leave behind. Rip wanted to be one of them, to feel that single-minded purpose. But his mind was on Front Street. He walked back into town near noon, the $20 from Poke still folded in his pocket. He hadn't touched it. It was Oregon money. The silver dollars Morales paid him for watching the saloon floor at night, that was Dodge City money. The two felt different, weighed different. He needed a shave. The barbershop was a neutral zone, a small kingdom ruled by a German named Schmidt who cared more about a clean razor than saloon politics. Rip settled into the chair, letting his head rest against the leather. The smell of bay rum and soap was a relief after the smells of the camp and the saloons. Schmidt stropped his razor, the leather singing a soft, rhythmic song. "The town is quiet today," the barber said, lathering Rip's face with a brush. "Too quiet. Like before a thunderstorm, yeah." "Maybe everyone's just minding their manners," Rip said from under a mountain of foam. The bell over the door jingled. Curtis Wade came in and took the empty chair next to Rip's. He nodded once, a gesture that acknowledged Rip's presence without approving of it. "Just a trim, Schmidt," Wade said. The barber finished lathering Rip's face and began to scrape the razor across his cheek with practiced strokes. The shop was silent for a minute, save for the whisper of steel on skin and the snip of Schmidt's scissors in Wade's hair. Rip spoke, his voice low, meant only for Wade. "Heard you hired some help." Wade didn't look over. He stared at his own reflection in the big mirror. "Heard the same about your side of the street." "They're not my side," Rip said. "I'm just passing through. Signed on with Polk's train. 8 more days." Schmidt paused to wipe the razor. In the mirror, Rip saw Wade's eyes flicker toward him, a flicker of interest. "That's so," Wade said. "It is," Rip said. "I got no dog in this fight. Which is why I'm telling you this. A man ought to be warned." "Warned about what?" Wade's voice was flat, giving nothing away. "Morales is feeling confident," Rip said, choosing his words like a man crossing a rotten plank. "He's got his boys from El Paso, and he thinks that makes him king of the hill. He was drinking last night. Talking." "What kind of talking?" "The kind a man does when he thinks he's already won. Laughing about McCready having to send for the Tullys. Said he heard they were better with shotguns than they were with thinking." Rip let that sink in. Said if Jake didn't calm down, he'd have to calm him down. Permanently. Schmidt started on the other side of Rip's face. Wade sat perfectly still in his chair, his hands resting on his knees. Rip leaned his head slightly toward Wade. He said something else. Said a fire can be a terrible accident. Especially in a dry town full of wooden buildings. That got a reaction. Wade's jaw tightened. He finally turned his head and looked at Rip, his eyes cold and hard. "Is that a threat?" "It's not my threat," Rip said. "I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm sleeping in a hotel in this town for 8 more nights. I'd prefer it didn't burn down around me." Schmidt finished with a final flourish of the razor, wiping Rip's face with a hot towel. Rip sat up, his skin tingling. He paid the barber, nodded to Wade, and walked out into the bright afternoon sun. He didn't look back. He had planted the seed. Now he had to see what would grow. He saw the results that evening. Jake McCready walked out of the Cattleman's with Wade and came straight across the street. Not to the palace, but to the telegraph office next door. McCready's face was flushed, his walk stiff with anger. He was in the office for 15 minutes. When he came out, his expression was grim but satisfied. He had sent his message, answered threat with threat. Rip waited until after midnight, when the palace had thinned out and only the serious drinkers and gamblers remained. Morales sat at his usual table, playing a solitary game of cards, a bottle of his best whiskey at his elbow. The 3 men from El Paso were still there, quiet shadows in the corners of the room. Rip walked over and sat down. Morales didn't look up from his cards. "Something on your mind, Campbell?" "Something on McCready's," Rip said. "Wade got a message to me. He made it sound like an encounter, not a choice. Stopped me on the street. Said he had a word for you." Morales laid down a card. "I'm listening." "He said to tell you the Tullys are on their way. And they're not coming alone. McCready's hired on a dozen guns from down San Antonio way. Miners and ex-soldiers, the kind that don't ask questions." Morales looked up now, his dark eyes focused on Rip. "A dozen. That's the word Wade used. He said McCready is tired of playing games. He's going to clean this town out, starting with this place." Rip leaned forward. "He gave me a timetable. Said he wants you and your men gone or buried by Sunday." The deadline hung in the air between them. Sunday. 4 days away. It gave the threat teeth. Morales considered the information, his face a mask. He looked at his 3 gunmen, then back at the cards on the table. 3 was not 12. The math was simple and deadly. "He thinks he can buy this town with hired guns," Morales said softly, more to himself than to Rip. "He doesn't understand. This is my town." Wade seemed to think he was serious, Rip said. "He's not the kind of man who bluffs." "No," Morales agreed. "He is not." He swept the cards into a pile, his game forgotten. He stood and walked to the bar. He spoke to Cisco in low Spanish, then went to his office in the back. A few minutes later, Cisco left the saloon and headed for the telegraph office. Even at this hour, a man with enough money could get a message sent. Rip finished his drink and went up to his room. He stood at the window, looking down on the quiet street. The lights of the Cattleman's were still on. So were the lights in the palace. Two forts gathering their armies, preparing for a war he had poured gasoline on. He had wanted to push them apart, to make them so wary of each other they would wait, at least until he was gone. Instead, he had pushed them closer to the brink. He had given them both a reason to act, a deadline. Sunday. He took the $20 Poke had given him out of his pocket and laid it on the nightstand. It looked like a ticket to a faraway country, a place where men settled things with sweat and hard work, not with lies and bullets. A place he had to survive 7 more days in a town he just helped turn into a powder keg to reach. Chapter 8. The San Antonio stage arrived 3 days after the telegraph wires had cooled, kicking up a storm of dust at the end of Front Street. 2 men got out. They were not cattlemen or merchants. They were brothers, and it showed in the set of their jaws and the emptiness in their eyes. The older one, Abe Tooley, was built like an oak stump, wide and solid, his movements slow and deliberate. The younger, Finn, was whipcord lean, with nervous hands that never strayed far from the matched pair of Colts on his hips. They wore long gray dusters despite the afternoon heat, as if they'd come dressed for a funeral. They didn't check into the hotel. They walked straight into the Cattleman's saloon, and the batwing doors swung shut behind them. From his second-story window in the palace, Rip watched them arrive. He'd seen their kind before, in railhead towns and mining camps from the Dakotas to the Rio Grande. Men who carried their own weather with them, a cold front that promised storms. Across the street, the palace had its own sentries. One of the El Paso men, a quiet gunman named Hector, sat in a chair on the boardwalk, tilted back against the wall, his hat shadowing his eyes. He appeared to be sleeping, but Rip knew he was more awake than any man on the street. For 2 days the town held a tense, unnatural peace. The Tullys drank at the Cattleman's, rarely speaking, their presence a weight on the room. McCready's new men, a rough collection of hard-faced riders, kept to themselves, playing cards and watching the street. Morales's men did the same. The invisible line down Front Street had become a wall, and no one dared cross it without a good reason. The reason came on a hot Friday afternoon. Finn Tooley, the younger brother, decided he needed a shave. He strode across the street to Schmidt's barbershop, his spurs ringing a challenge on the dusty planks. He walked with a swagger, a man convinced of his own deadliness. Hector, the gunman from the palace porch, watched him go. After a moment, Hector stood, stretched like a cat, and ambled across the street himself. He didn't go into the barbershop. He went into the general store next door, and came out a minute later with a sack of tobacco. He stood on the boardwalk, rolling a cigarette with slow, deliberate fingers, his back to the barbershop door. Rip was on the palace porch, sitting at a small table away from the rail, nursing a beer. He wasn't on Morales's payroll anymore, not since he'd signed on with Poke, but the room was still his. It was the best vantage point in town. He saw Finn go into the shop. He saw Hector take up his position. It was a play being set, the actors moving to their marks. He took out his Colt, a piece of oily cloth, and a small can of gun oil. He laid the pieces on the table. It was a simple task, something to occupy his hands, a reason to be sitting right where he was. He pulled the cylinder pin, letting the cylinder fall into his palm. The bell over the barbershop door jingled. Finn Tooley stepped out, his face smooth and pink, smelling of bay rum. He paused on the boardwalk, settling his hat. Hector finished rolling his cigarette, struck a match on his boot heel, and lit it. He drew the smoke in deep and blew it out in a long, lazy plume. Finn Tooley took offense. "You got a problem, friend?" His voice was high and tight. Hector took another drag from his cigarette. He looked at Finn, as if seeing him for the first time. He shook his head once. "No problem." He spoke with a slight accent, the words clipped. "You're watching me?" Finn said. "I don't like being watched." "It's a free country," Hector said. "A man can look where he wants." From inside the shop, Schmidt the barber peeked out the window, his face pale. He'd seen this play before, too. He knew how it ended. "Not at me, you can't," Finn said. He took a step closer, his hand hovering over the butt of his right-hand pistol. The street had gone quiet. A freight wagon, halfway down the block, had stopped, the driver frozen on his seat. Faces appeared in windows. "I work for Mr. Morales," Hector said, his voice still calm, conversational. He took the cigarette from his lips. "He pays me to watch the street." "You are on the street." "It is my job." "Your job just ended," Finn snarled, and his hand dropped. It was fast. Finn Tooley was very fast. But his speed was born of anger and pride. Hector's was the speed of a man who has done the same thing 100 times, emotion stripped of everything but deadly purpose. He didn't seem to move at all. The cigarette was in his left hand, and his right hand was full of his Colt, and the gun bucked once, the sound a flat, hard crack in the afternoon heat. Finn Tooley's gun was only halfway out of its holster. A look of profound surprise crossed his face. A small dark hole appeared on the white front of his shirt. He took a half step back, stumbled on the edge of the boardwalk, and fell backward into the dust of the street. He didn't move again. Hector stood for a second, smoke curling from his gun barrel. He looked down at the body, his face showing no emotion. He put his cigarette back between his lips, holstered his pistol, and turned to walk back toward the palace. He had done his job. The doors of the Cattleman's flew open. Abe Tooley stood there, his face a mask of disbelief, then twisting into a snarl of pure rage. "Finn!" he bellowed, and lumbered into the street. He knelt by his brother, saw the life gone from his eyes, and looked up at Hector's retreating back. Abe drew his own gun, a big army Colt, and fired. The shot was wild, born of grief. It splintered the doorframe of the palace, 10 feet to Hector's left. Hector stopped. He turned slowly, his hand resting on his own gun butt. From the Cattleman's, Curtis Wade and 3 other men spilled out onto the porch, guns in their hands. Sheriff Drummond appeared, running from his office down the block, his face flushed and his chest heaving. "Hold on now. Hold on." He skidded to a stop in the middle of the street, halfway between Abe Tooley, kneeling over his brother's body, and Hector standing ready. Rip finished wiping down the cylinder of his Colt. He slid it back into the frame, seated the pin. The click of the metal was loud in the sudden silence. "That man murdered my brother," Abe Tooley roared, pointing a shaking finger at Hector. "I saw it," Drummond said, trying to catch his breath. "It looked like a fair fight, Abe. Your brother drew first." "I don't care who drew first. He's dead." Drummond turned to Hector. "Son, I'm going to have to take you in. For your own safety as much as anything." Hector looked past the sheriff, toward the palace. Boulder had appeared in the doorway, filling it. The other 2 El Paso men materialized on the porch, their hands empty but ready. "I'm not going anywhere, Sheriff," Hector said. His voice was still calm. Now listen, Drummond started, taking a step toward him. I'm the law in this town. The law is inside this building, Vicente Morales said. He had stepped out onto the porch, dressed in a fine black coat, looking like a man about to attend the opera. My man was doing his job. He was threatened, and he defended himself. He will not be arrested for it. The standoff was complete. On one side of the street, Abe Tooley, Curtis Wade, and a half-dozen of McCready's hard cases. In the middle, a dead body and a flustered sheriff. On the other side, Morales and his gunmen, calm, professional, and unmoving. Rip put a drop of oil on the Colt's hammer mechanism. He worked the action, listening to the smooth, mechanical sound. He looked from one side of the street to the other, at the faces filled with hate and grief and cold calculation. He saw the townspeople peeking from their windows, their faces pale with fear. This wasn't a saloon feud anymore. It had bled out into the street, and the dust was drinking it up. Chapter 9. Father, what is that in the street? The voice was clear and calm, cutting through the thick, hot silence. It came from a woman seated on the buckboard of a dusty wagon that had stopped at the edge of the scene, unnoticed by the armed men facing each other across the body of Finn Tooley. Beside her, a man in a black preacher's coat held the reins. His face was long and severe, framed by graying hair. He stared at the tableau of guns and death, his knuckles white on the leather straps. The devil's handiwork, Rebecca. Stay in the wagon. Rip watched them from the palace porch. He had just finished reassembling his Colt, the metal cool and heavy in his hand. The arrival of the wagon was an unwelcome complication, like a child wandering into a dogfight. The woman, Rebecca, did not stay in the wagon. She placed a hand on the preacher's arm, a brief reassuring touch, and then swung down from the buckboard. She was tall for a woman, and moved with a purpose that defied the dusty street and her simple traveling dress. Her hair was pulled back, practical for the trail, and her eyes missed nothing. They swept the scene, the men on the cattleman's porch, the gunmen arrayed before the palace, the helpless sheriff in the middle, and settled on the body and the dust. Her face held no fear, only a profound and unsettling sorrow. "That is a man's son," she said, her voice carrying in the quiet. It wasn't an accusation. It was a statement of fact, plain and terrible. Her father, Reverend Josiah Whitman, finally moved. He tied off the reins and climbed down to stand beside her, a black-clad shield against the town's violence. "This is no place for you," he said, his voice a low rumble of authority. "It is a place for someone," she replied, her gaze still fixed on the dead man. The standoff, held in place by pure tension, began to fray at the edges. Abe Tooley, still kneeling beside his brother, looked over at the woman, his grief-stricken face uncomprehending. Sheriff Drummond seized the moment. "Abe, let's get him inside," the sheriff said, his voice gentle but firm. "There's nothing for him in the street. Curtis, give me a hand." Curtis Wade holstered his pistol and nodded to two of his men. He looked across at Morales, a silent message passing between them. "This is over. For now." Morales gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod in return. He turned and walked back into the palace, his gunmen parting to let him through. Boulder remained in the doorway, a human wall. Wade and his men walked into the street. They lifted Finn Tooley's body, their movements careful, almost respectful. Abe Tooley rose, his big frame trembling, and followed them back toward the cattleman's, leaving a dark patch in the dust where his brother had fallen. The show was over. The crowd of onlookers, who had been watching from windows and doorways, began to melt away. The freight driver shook his reins, and his wagon rumbled on down the street. Dodge City resumed its business, trying to pretend it hadn't just witnessed a killing. Rip stood, sliding his Colt back into its holster. He watched Rebecca Whitman and her father. They hadn't moved. They stood by their wagon like statues, judging the town and everyone in it. Rip felt her eyes on him as he stepped off the porch. He didn't acknowledge her. He had business of his own. He walked past the livery, toward the collection of canvas-topped wagons near the rail depot. The air here was different. It smelled of cook smoke and livestock, not whiskey and blood. The sounds were of children laughing and a blacksmith's hammer ringing on an anvil. It was another world, 100 yards and 1,000 miles from Front Street. He found Captain Polk overseeing the unloading of a freight wagon full of flour sacks. Polk saw him coming, and his expression hardened. "I heard there was a shooting," Polk said, his voice sharp with disapproval. "A man was killed," Rip confirmed. "Were you involved?" "I was watching." "There's a short distance between watching and being involved, Campbell. I run a clean outfit. I'm taking families to a new life, not running a private army." Polk jabbed a finger at him. "You give me any trouble, any at all, and your contract is void. You understand me?" "I understand," Rip said. He turned away from the captain's glare and nearly walked straight into Rebecca Whitman. She had followed him. She stood with her hands clasped in front of her, her gaze direct and unwavering. "You were one of them," she said. It was the same tone she had used in the street. A statement of fact. "One of who, ma'am?" "The men on that porch. The men with the guns." "I was on the porch," Rip said. "I had a gun. It's a habit I find useful in this country." "Is that what you call it? A habit?" She took a step closer. The anger she had suppressed in the street was there in her eyes now, a banked fire. "A man lies dead not 50 yards from here. His brother's heart is broken. This town is sitting on a powder keg. And you call it a habit?" Rip looked past her, at the families working around their wagons. Gable, the farmer he'd helped with the wheel, was teaching his young son how to braid a leather strap. A woman was singing a lullaby to a baby in a rocking chair she'd set out on the grass. "That man who died," Rip said, his voice low, "chose to draw his gun on another man. The other man was faster. That's not a habit. That's a choice. He made the wrong one." "And the man who killed him? What choice did he make?" "The choice to stay alive." She shook her head, a small, frustrated motion. "You all speak the same language, don't you? You, the men across the street, all of you. A language of violence and revenge. You think it makes you strong, but it only makes you prisoners. Ma'am, with all due respect, you just arrived in town. You don't know the situation. I know what I saw. I saw a dead man in the dust. And I saw you, on that porch, cleaning your weapon, as if you were waiting your turn." Her eyes narrowed. What kind of man profits from other men's hatred? The question hit him harder than a punch. It was what he was doing, wasn't it? Taking Morales's money, stoking the fire with his whispers in the barber shop, all to keep the trouble contained until he could ride away from it. He was profiting from it. "I'm not profiting," he lied. "I'm surviving." "Are you?" she asked, and her voice softened, losing its hard edge of judgment and taking on a note of genuine curiosity, which was somehow worse. "It doesn't look like survival. It looks like a slow death, one drink and one bullet at a time." Her father called her name from their wagon. "We need to find the livery." She held Rip's gaze for a moment longer, a silent challenge. Then she turned without another word and walked back toward her father, her back straight, her stride confident. Rip stood there, the sounds of the wagon camp fading into a dull hum. He felt the weight of the silver dollars in his pocket. Dodge City money. He felt the folded, $20 bill in his shirt. Oregon money. He thought of the man in the dust, and the look of surprise on his face. He turned his back on the wagon camp, on the promise of a clean start, and walked toward the livery stable. The smell of hay and horse sweat was a welcome relief. His buckskin gelding was in a clean stall, munching on oats. The horse looked up as he approached, nickering softly. Rip didn't say anything. He leaned against the rough wood of the stall, his arms resting on the top rail. He watched the horse eat, a simple, uncomplicated animal that knew nothing of saloons or feuds or the questions a preacher's daughter could ask that a man had no answer for. He reached over and ran his hand down the buckskin's powerful neck, feeling the solid muscle beneath the sleek coat. Chapter 10. Is it over? Rebecca Whitman stood beside him, watching the men from the undertaker's office load a plain pine box onto a wagon. The box contained what was left of Finn Tooley. His brother Abe had paid for the best casket in town, but it was still just a box. "Nothing's over," Rip said. "It's just quiet." They were near the edge of the wagon camp, a piece of neutral ground between the simmering violence of Front Street and the hopeful bustle of the pioneers. For 2 days, an uneasy truce had settled over Dodge. The Palace and the Cattlemans operated behind closed doors, serving their regulars, their hired guns keeping a wary watch on the street but making no moves. It was the kind of peace that felt heavier than a fight. "My father is organizing a town meeting," Rebecca said. "At the church. He believes if the good people of this town stand together, they can demand an end to this." Rip looked over at the church, a small white building with a steeple that seemed too optimistic for its surroundings. "The good people are mostly hiding under their beds, ma'am. The ones who aren't are the ones with the guns." "Then someone must speak for them," she insisted, her chin set with a familiar stubbornness. "He's asked Sheriff Drummond to compel Mr. McCready and Mr. Morales to attend." "Drummond couldn't compel a thirsty man to drink," Rip said. He hadn't meant for it to sound so harsh, but the words were true. Her gaze was sharp, analytical. "You don't believe in the law." "I believe in what's real. The law is just a man with a badge. Right now, there are 20 men with guns who say that badge doesn't mean much." He watched the undertaker's wagon head toward the scraggly cemetery on the hill. "Your father is a good man. He should be careful. Good men are the only ones who can stop this. Good men are usually the first ones to get shot." The quiet ended just after midnight. It wasn't the roar of a shotgun or the crack of a Colt. It was a single, muffled pop from an alley behind the feed store, a sound that could have been a firecracker or a board snapping under a heavy weight. No one paid it much mind. An hour later, a cowboy stumbled out of the Cattleman's, drunk and singing his way home. He cut through the alley to relieve himself and tripped over something in the dark. It was soft, and it grunted. The cowboy, thinking it was another drunk sleeping it off, kicked it. "Get up, you sot." The body didn't move. The cowboy fumbled for a match, struck it on the brick wall. The small flare of light illuminated the face of Deputy Harley Voss. His eyes were open, staring at nothing. A dark, sticky stain was spreading across the front of his shirt, high on the chest. The cowboy's drunken song died in his throat. He screamed. The scream brought men running. First from the Cattleman's, Jake McCready, Curtis Wade, and Abe Tooley, their faces grim in the lantern light. Then Sheriff Drummond arrived, pulling on his trousers over his nightshirt, his face pale and slack with shock. Rip heard the commotion from his window at the palace. He pulled on his boots and was downstairs before Morales had even emerged from his office. By the time they stepped onto the street, McCready was already pointing a trembling finger across at them. "This is your work, Morales. You butcher." Morales stood on his porch, flanked by Boulder and Hector, his expression one of polite curiosity. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Jake. But you're disturbing my customers. Don't play innocent with me." McCready's voice cracked. "Harley was a good boy. He worked for me before he pinned on that badge. He was one of mine." Sheriff Drummond knelt beside his deputy's body, his shoulders slumped. He looked up, his face aged 10 years in 10 minutes. "Who saw it? Did anyone see anything?" No one had. The alley was empty, save for some trash barrels and a stray cat that bolted at the sight of the lanterns. The shot had come from the darkness and returned to it. "He was shot with a pistol up close," Drummond said, his voice hollow. "No witnesses. Nothing." "I don't need a witness," McCready roared, his face purple with rage. "I know who gave the order. That devil standing right there." Rip's stomach turned. This was it. The spiral. He had poured oil on the fire, and now it was burning out of control, consuming everything. He thought of Rebecca's question, sharp as a knife. What kind of man profits from other men's hatred? He looked at the body of Harley Voss, a dumb, loyal kid who'd picked the wrong side, and he had his answer. The next morning, Sheriff Drummond tacked a notice to the telegraph pole in the center of town. Written in a shaky hand, it declared a state of martial law. All saloons were to be closed. No firearms were to be carried within city limits. A curfew was in effect from sundown to sunrise. Rip watched a cowboy ride past, read the notice, and laugh. The man patted the colt on his hip and rode on toward the Cattleman's, which was open for business as usual. The palace was, too. The declaration was a prayer, not a law. Rip went to McCready first. He found him in his office, a bottle of whiskey and a glass on the desk in front of him. Abe Tooley and Curtis Wade stood by the window, watching the palace. "McCready, you need to listen to me," Rip said without preamble. McCready looked up, his eyes bloodshot. "What do you want, Campbell?" "Come to gloat. Morales didn't do it." McCready laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. "And how would you know? You're his man." "I'm not his man. And I know because this isn't his style. Killing a deputy in the dark. It's sloppy. It brings down the law, the real law, if they think the town can't handle its own affairs. Morales is smart. This is stupid." "Get out," McCready said, his voice low and dangerous. "Think about it," Rip pushed. "Who profits from this? Not Morales. Not you. All this does is get more men killed. It forces the issue." "I said get out." McCready slammed his hand on the desk, rattling the bottle. "Harley is dead because of him. And I'm going to see him in hell for it." Curtis Wade stepped forward. "You heard him, Campbell. Time to go." Wade's eyes were steady. There was no arguing with him. Rip turned and left. He found Morales at his usual table, playing his usual game of solitaire. "Your friend McCready is emotional," Morales observed as Rip sat down. "He thinks you killed his deputy." What people think and what is true are often two different things. Morales laid a black queen on a red king. It was a clumsy assassination. Bad for business. "Then pull your men back," Rip said. "Close up for a few days. Let Drummond sort it out." Morales smiled, a thin, cold expression. "And allow McCready to believe he has won? That he can drive me out with threats and accusations? No. That would be worse for business than an open war." He looked at Rip, his eyes like chips of dark ice. "In fact, this unfortunate event clarifies things. It shows that McCready and his animals are out of control. The town will see that I am the only one who can bring order." You're going to get this whole town burned down. A fire cleanses, Campbell. It removes the old to make way for the new. Rip stood up. He could hear Rebecca's voice in his head, a clear, damning echo. It looks like a slow death, one drink and one bullet at a time. He had tried to be the clever man in the middle, playing both sides. Instead, he was just another fool with blood on his hands. He had helped build this powder keg, and now Morales was holding a match to the fuse. This is a mistake, Rip said. Your mistake is thinking you have a choice, Morales replied, his attention already back on his cards. The game is already in play. You can either be a piece on the board, or be swept off it. Rip walked out of the palace into the afternoon sun. The false piece was gone, replaced by something uglier and more honest. He looked down the street and saw a new stagecoach arriving, not the regular passenger line. It was a mud-spattered coach, pulled by 4 tired horses. 5 men got out, carrying rifles. They looked hard and competent. They walked straight to the Cattleman's saloon and went inside. McCready's reinforcements. Rip turned his back on Front Street, on the 2 saloons facing each other like snarling dogs, on the ghost of Harley Voss in the alley. He walked past the livery, the smell of hay a sudden sharp reminder of a simpler world. He didn't stop until he reached the wagon camp. Chapter 11. He arrived on the noon train, a ghost stepping out of the steam and heat. He was not a cowboy. He wore a dark broadcloth suit that had been tailored by someone who knew their business, a clean white shirt, and a gray bowler hat. His boots were polished. There was no trail dust on him, only the grime of the railroad. He carried a single, well-made leather valise. He was of medium height, with a lean face, and eyes the color of a washed-out sky that took in everything and gave nothing back. He stood on the station platform for a full minute, watching Front Street. He saw the armed men on the porch of the Cattleman's, lounging with rifles across their laps. He saw Boulder and Hector on the porch of the palace, a mirror image of quiet menace. He saw the townspeople hurrying between the 2 armed camps, their heads down, their faces tight with worry. He took it all in, processed it, and filed it away. Then he picked up his valise and walked not to the Cattleman's or the palace, but to the small, unassuming Dodge House Hotel in the middle of the block. He registered under the name Cole Hatcher and said he was in town to look into cattle prices. The clerk who took his money noted that his hands were clean and his fingernails were trimmed. Not the hands of a cattle buyer. By late afternoon, the town knew his name but not his purpose. Cole Hatcher moved with a quiet efficiency. He went to the livery stable and spoke with Moses, asking about the quality of local horseflesh and the condition of the grazing land. In the middle of a conversation about stocking a new ranch, he asked, "Heard a man named Campbell pass through. Trail hand. Tall fellow, rides a good buckskin. Know him?" Moses, who knew everything and said little, just nodded. "He's in town." "Good man to work with?" Hatcher asked, his tone casual. "Does his job," Moses said, and offered nothing more. Hatcher went to the general store and bought a sack of hard candy, which he offered to a group of children playing near the water trough. While they scrabbled for the sweets, he asked their mother about the price of flour and beans. He mentioned the trouble between the saloons. "Seems a man could get hurt just walking the street," he observed. The woman shushed her children. "It's best not to talk about it." "I hear it started over a man named Campbell," Hatcher said, his voice a soft invitation. "Stood up for one of the girls at the Cattleman's." The woman gathered her children and her parcels. "I don't listen to gossip," she said, and hurried away. The whispers reached both sides of the street, like ripples in a pond. Cisco, the bartender at the palace, reported to Morales. "He asks about Campbell, but not like a friend. Like a man taking inventory." Morales listened, his face impassive. Find out what he wants. At the Cattleman's, Curtis Wade gave his own report to Jake McCready. He's too clean, Jake. And he asks too many questions. Always, they come back to Campbell. He's not a cattle buyer. I'd bet my life on it. McCready, still raw with grief and rage over Harley Voss, saw a deeper conspiracy. Is he with Campbell? A partner? Are they playing us both for fools? The pressure in the town rose another notch. The new man was a wild card, and in a game this tense, a wild card could change everything. Rip knew none of this. He spent the day at the wagon camp, helping Gable the farmer build a new tailgate for his wagon. The simple, honest work of measuring, sawing, and hammering was a relief. He talked with the pioneers, listening to their stories of failed farms in Ohio and dreams of green valleys in Oregon. He saw Rebecca from a distance, helping a woman with a sick child, her movements calm and competent. She did not look his way. He walked back into town as the sun was setting, the sky bruised purple and orange. He felt the change in the air at once. The armed men on the porches were no longer lounging. They stood watchful and tense. The few people on the street moved faster, their eyes darting from one side to the other. He went into the palace. The room was half empty. The tension from the street had seeped inside, killing the mood. Even the piano player was gone. Rip ordered a whiskey from Cisco. There's a new man in town, Cisco said, his voice a low murmur as he wiped the bar. He asks about you. What's his name? Hatcher. Cole Hatcher. The name meant nothing to Rip. What's he want? He says he is a cattle buyer. He is not. His hands are too soft. Cisco looked at him, his dark eyes serious. Be careful, my friend. A man who lies about small things will lie about big ones. Rip took his drink to a table in the back corner, a spot that gave him a clear view of the room and the street beyond the batwing doors. He saw Morales in his office, talking with Hector. He saw Boulder by the door, his big frame motionless, his eyes scanning the street. The place felt like a fort, preparing for a siege. An hour passed. A few more customers drifted in, but the room remained quiet, watchful. Then the batwing doors swung open, and Cole Hatcher walked in. He moved with a fluid grace that the tailored suit couldn't hide. He paused just inside the doorway, his pale eyes taking in the room in a single, sweeping glance. He saw Morales's men, the nervous customers, the empty tables. His gaze passed over Rip without a flicker of recognition and settled on the bar. He walked over and ordered a whiskey. Rip watched him in the big mirror behind the bar. There was something familiar about the man, a distant echo he couldn't quite place. It was in the way he stood, perfectly balanced, his shoulders relaxed but ready. It was in the economy of his movements. He was a man who wasted nothing, not words, not time, not motion. Hatcher took his drink and turned, leaning an elbow on the bar, surveying the room again. He wasn't looking for trouble. He was measuring it. Then it happened. One of McCready's men, a young cowboy emboldened by drink, stumbled across the street and pushed his way into the palace. I'm looking for the bastard that killed Finn Tooley, he shouted, his hand on his gun. Boulder intercepted him before he had taken 3 steps, his big hand engulfing the cowboy's wrist. You are in the wrong place, Boulder said, his voice a low growl. As Boulder turned to escort the man out, Hatcher shifted his weight. He moved his head to follow the brief commotion, and the gaslight from the chandelier caught the left side of his face, illuminating a thin, white scar that ran from his temple to the corner of his eye. The whiskey glass stopped halfway to Rip's lips. The scar. The pale eyes. The stillness. The pieces slammed together in his mind with the force of a physical blow. It wasn't Dodge City. It was Abilene, 2 years ago. A smoky backroom poker game. A banker's son, arrogant and drunk, accusing a man of cheating. The banker's son drawing a gun. And Rip, faster, his own gun clearing leather, a single shot that ended the argument and the boy's life. It had been self-defense, clean and clear. But the boy's father was a rich man, a man with influence and a long memory. He had sworn he'd see the man who killed his son hang, one way or another. And the man who had been sent to bring him in, the man who tracked him for 3 weeks before Rip finally slipped away in a thunderstorm near the Cimarron, was a bounty hunter with a reputation for never giving up. A man who worked for the highest bidder, who moved with a quiet, deadly grace. A man with a thin, white scar by his left eye. Cole Hatcher. The name was a death sentence. Hatcher turned his attention back to his drink, unaware of the bomb that had just gone off in the corner of the room. He didn't know Rip. He only knew a name, a description, and a price. Rip put his whiskey glass down on the table, the click of glass on wood, unnaturally loud in the silent room. His hand was steady. His mind was clear. The saloon feud, the wagon train, the preacher's daughter, it all fell away. This was different. This was personal. This was a ghost from his past, and it had followed him here to kill him. He stood up from the table, his chair scraping on the floor. Hatcher didn't look up. Rip turned and walked, not toward the bar, not toward the door, but toward the back stairs that led to the rooms. Chapter 12. The room was a box with a bed, a chair, and a window overlooking a dirty alley. Rip stood by that window, his back to the door, listening. He could hear the muted sounds of the saloon below, a chair scraping, the clink of a glass, voices held low and tight. He heard the sounds of the town outside, a horse whickering in a nearby stable, the distant rumble of a train. And he listened for the one sound he expected, the one he knew was coming. A soft footstep in the hall. He had run from Hatcher once, using a storm as cover. There was no storm to hide in now. Just a town full of armed men who would shoot at anything that moved, and a bounty hunter who moved like smoke. His Colt was in his hand. He had checked it again on the way up the stairs. It was a pointless, reflexive action, the prayer of a man whose only God was made of steel and lead. He wasn't afraid. Fear was a luxury, an emotion that slowed a man's hand. What he felt was colder, sharper. He felt cornered. The footstep came. Soft leather on wood, a pause outside his door. Rip didn't turn. He kept watching the alley, watching the shadows lengthen as the last of the sun died behind the false-fronted buildings. The knock was quiet, polite. 2 taps, firm and measured. Not the knock of a drunk cowboy or one of Morales's men. It was the knock of a man who knew you were home and was offering you the courtesy of opening the door yourself. Rip walked to the door. He didn't open it. What do you want? A conversation, Campbell. Or whatever name you're using these days. The voice was calm, muffled by the wood, but unmistakable. Cole Hatcher. Rip thumbed the hammer of his Colt, then eased it back down. A shootout in a narrow hotel hallway was a fool's game. He slid the pistol into the back of his waistband, the cool metal a secret against his skin. He opened the door. Hatcher stood there, his bowler hat in his hand. He still wore the tailored suit, looking more like a banker than a man who hunted men for a living. His pale eyes took in the room, noted the single chair, the unmade bed, the path from the door to the window. He was a professional, assessing a work site. "We should talk," Hatcher said. "We're talking." In private. Hatcher's gaze flickered down the empty hallway. This town is full of ears. He stepped into the room without being invited and closed the door behind him. He didn't reach for a weapon. He didn't have to. His presence was weapon enough. He placed his hat on the small nightstand. "You remember Abilene," Hatcher said. It wasn't a question. "I remember a boy who made a mistake." "His father remembers a son," Hatcher said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "A prominent son of a prominent banker. The kind of man who has governors answer his letters. He's paying $5,000 for the man who killed his son." $5,000. It was a fortune. More money than Rip had ever seen in one place. Enough to make a man very, very determined. "The boy drew first," Rip said. The words sounded hollow, a useless excuse. "Doesn't matter to his daddy." Hatcher walked to the window, looked down into the same alley Rip had been watching. "The warrant is legal. Signed by a federal judge. It accuses you of murder. Bringing you in dead or alive pays the same." The first shot cracked from the street out front. It was a rifle, the sound sharp and angry. It was followed by the deeper roar of a shotgun. Hatcher didn't flinch. He kept looking down into the alley. "This town is bad for business. Too loud." "It's about to get louder," Rip said. "So I've heard." Hatcher turned from the window. The fading light threw his face into shadow, making the scar by his eye a thin white line. "Which is why I'm here. A gunfight in the middle of a saloon war is sloppy. Too many stray bullets. I'm a professional. I dislike variables. So what do you want?" "I want you. The warrant gives me the authority. But I'd prefer to conduct my business without interference from Mr. Morales or Mr. McCready." He paused. "And you, I suspect, would prefer to remain breathing for the time being." Another shot, this one closer. It was followed by the sound of shattering glass from the front of the building. A woman screamed somewhere downstairs. "I'm signed on with the wagon train," Rip said. "Leaves for Oregon in a few days. I plan to be on it." Hatcher considered this. His pale eyes measured Rip, weighing possibilities, calculating odds. A wagon train. That's a long, quiet trip. That's the idea. "All right, Campbell." Hatcher made his decision. "Here's the arrangement. You have your saloon war. I won't interfere. I'll be a cattle buyer staying at the Dodge House. I will not approach you. You will not approach me. We don't know each other." A volley of pistol shots erupted from the street, a half-dozen shots fired in rapid succession. Someone was shouting, the words lost in the noise. "And when the wagon train leaves?" Rip asked. "I'll be on it. Or riding with it. I haven't decided. A man has to protect his investment." Hatcher picked up his hat from the nightstand. "We will settle our business on the trail. Somewhere quiet. Just you and me and the warrant. It will be clean. Professional." It wasn't a reprieve. It was a stay of execution. A promise of a duel on a timeline Rip couldn't control. But it was better than a bullet in a hotel hallway. Agreed. A stray bullet hit the front of the hotel, a heavy thud that shook the wall. "Good." Hatcher put on his hat, settling it just so. "I'll see you in Oregon, Campbell. Or somewhere on the way." He opened the door, glanced once down the empty hall, and stepped out, closing the door softly behind him. He was gone as quickly and quietly as he had arrived. Rip stood in the middle of the room, the silence Hatcher left behind somehow louder than the gunfire outside. He had to deal with his own death. A neat, professional arrangement. He walked to the window that faced Front Street. The battle had been joined. Two men from the Cattlemans were crouched behind a water trough, firing rifles at the front of the palace. The windows on the ground floor had been shot out, the glass littering the boardwalk. From the palace porch, Hector and one of the other El Paso men returned fire, methodical and steady. The street between them was a killing ground, empty of everything but smoke and the echo of gunshots. Rip pulled the Colt from his waistband. The town had exploded, just as he knew it would. Downstairs, Morales would be expecting him to earn the money he'd been paid. Across the street, McCready wanted him dead. And somewhere in the Dodge house, a patient hunter was cleaning his gun, waiting for a quieter time and a clearer shot. Chapter 13. The Reverend Josiah Whitman did not send a message. He did not ask for a meeting. He walked, his Bible in one hand, and a dozen of the town's women behind him, from the general store to the front door of the Palace Saloon. It was mid-morning, and the gunfire had been replaced by a silence that was just as loud. Boulder stood in the doorway, a mountain of black-suited muscle. He blocked the entrance, his face a granite mask. "The palace is closed to the public today, Reverend." Whitman stopped 3 feet from him. The women fanned out behind him, a silent, unmoving wall of calico and grim determination. They were the wives of the merchants, the blacksmith, the hotel clerk. They were the people who swept the floors and paid their bills and were tired of huddling in their back rooms. "I am not the public," the Reverend said, his voice the low, resonant boom of a man used to filling a church. "I am a messenger of the Lord, and I have come to speak with Mr. Morales. Mr. Morales is not available." "Then we will wait," Whitman said. And he did. He stood there, his gaze fixed on Boulder, the women a silent chorus at his back. They didn't speak. They didn't move. They just stood, their presence a weight of judgment that was heavier than any gun. It took 10 minutes. The pressure of their silence was immense. Finally, Vicente Morales appeared behind Boulder, dressed in a silk robe, a cup of coffee in his hand. He looked from the Reverend to the line of women, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. "Reverend," Morales said, his voice smooth, "to what do I owe this delegation?" "You owe it to the children of this town, who are afraid to play in the streets," Whitman said. "You owe it to the women who fear for their husbands. You owe it to God, whose laws you have broken. There will be a meeting tonight in my church. You will be there." It was not a request. It was a command, backed by the moral authority of a dozen angry mothers. Morales smiled, a thin, humorless expression. "I do not attend church, Reverend." "Tonight you will." Whitman's eyes were like burning coals. "Or we will bring the church to you. Every day. We will stand here and pray for your soul until not a single paying customer dares to cross this threshold. The choice is yours." Morales looked at the faces of the women. He saw no fear, only resolve. He was a businessman. He understood pressure. He gave a slight, elegant bow. "I will consider your invitation." They did the same thing at the Cattleman's. Jake McCready, his face puffy from whiskey and lack of sleep, tried to bluster. He stood on his porch, flanked by Abe Tooley and Curtis Wade, and told the Reverend to mind his own business. "This is my business," Whitman thundered, his voice echoing down the empty street. "The souls of this town are my business, Mr. McCready. And yours is black with the sin of pride and violence. You will come to the house of God tonight, and you will listen. Or you will find your business has no customers left to serve." The women stood their ground. McCready looked at their hard, unforgiving faces and knew he was beaten. He muttered his assent and retreated back into the shadows of his saloon. The church was full that night for the first time in a year. The townspeople, the merchants, the farmers from the wagon train, the stable hands, and the clerks packed the pews on the left side. The right side was for the gunmen. Morales arrived with Boulder and Hector, who looked as out of place in a church as a wolf in a sheep pen. They sat in the front row, their hands resting on their knees, their eyes scanning the room. McCready and his men took the front row on the opposite side. Abe Tooley's face was a thundercloud of grief. Curtis Wade sat straight and still, his gaze fixed on the simple wooden cross behind the pulpit. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, unspent anger, and a faint hint of beeswax from the candles. Rip stood in the back, leaning against the rear wall near the door, his hat in his hands. He felt like a trespasser, a ghost at a family gathering. He saw Rebecca Whitman sitting in the front pew beside her father, her profile calm and composed in the flickering lamplight. Cole Hatcher was not there. Rip had seen him earlier, watching the street from the second-floor window of the Dodge House, a disinterested observer cataloging the players in a game that was not his own. The Reverend Whitman stepped to the pulpit. He did not open his Bible. He leaned forward, his hands gripping the wooden lectern, and he preached. He spoke of Sodom and Gomorrah, of Cain and Abel, of the wrath of a just God against those who spilled blood and embraced wickedness. His voice rose and fell, a powerful torrent of damnation and fire. He condemned the greed that fueled their war, the pride that prevented peace. It was a magnificent sermon, and it had no effect at all. Morales listened with an expression of polite detachment, as if hearing a lecture on a subject that did not concern him. McCready stared at the floor, his jaw clenched, deaf to the words of forgiveness. The gunmen on both sides simply endured it, their faces blank, their thoughts their own. They were men who had made their peace with damnation long ago. The Reverend's voice finally fell, the fire banked, his shoulders slumping with the weight of their indifference. A heavy silence filled the church. He had failed. Then Rebecca Whitman stood up. She didn't go to the pulpit. She turned from her seat in the front row and faced the congregation, her hands clasped in front of her. She looked first at the townspeople, then at the gunmen. Her voice, when she spoke, was not loud, but it was clear, and it carried to every corner of the room. "My father speaks of God's law," she began. "I wish to speak of a child's fear." She looked directly at Jake McCready. "Mr. McCready, I saw your youngest boy, Tommy, yesterday. He was hiding behind the rain barrel at the back of your hotel. He was crying. When I asked him what was wrong, he said he was afraid the bad men were going to come and burn his house down." McCready flinched as if he'd been struck. Rebecca turned her gaze on Vicente Morales. "Mr. Morales, a little girl from the wagon train, her name is Sarah Gable, was playing with a doll near the livery. A bottle was thrown from your porch, and it shattered in the street. She ran screaming to her mother, her face white with terror. She thought it was a gunshot. She spent the rest of the night having nightmares." Morales's smooth composure finally cracked. He looked away from her, a faint flush rising on his dark skin. "You men," Rebecca said, her voice gaining strength, her gaze sweeping over the gunmen in the pews, "you see yourselves as strong. You have your rifles and your reputations. But what are you fighting for? The right to sell whiskey in a town where children are afraid to sleep. The right to own buildings on a street where mothers are afraid to walk." She paused, letting her words sink into the silence. "You are not building anything. You are breaking it. You are taking the simple hopes of good people and crushing them under the heel of your pride. Look at them." She gestured to the pews filled with the town's families. "These are the people you are supposed to be protecting, the people who make a town worth living in. And all they see when they look at you is fear. She sat down. The silence that followed was different. It was not the silence of indifference. It was the silence of shame. The Reverend Whitman stood, a look of astonishment and pride on his face. He raised his hands. "Let us pray." Rip didn't bow his head. He watched McCready, who was staring at his own hands as if he'd never seen them before. He watched Morales, whose face was a mask of cold, hard thought. He watched Curtis Wade, who met his gaze from across the church and gave a single, slow nod of understanding. Something had shifted. Rebecca Whitman hadn't ended the war. She hadn't brought peace. But she had changed the battlefield. She had given the decent people of the town a voice, and she had shown the gunmen a mirror. And for the first time, they didn't like what they saw. Rip watched her sit beside her father, her head bowed in prayer, and felt a respect that bordered on awe. He turned and slipped out the back door before the final amen, the quiet click of the latch the only sound he made. Chapter 14. For 3 days, Dodge City held its breath. The quiet on Front Street was a fragile, glassy thing, the kind of silence that comes after a rock slide, when everyone is waiting to see if more of the mountain will come down. The gunmen were still there. Abe Tooley sat on the Cattleman's porch, a shotgun resting across his thick knees, his eyes fixed on the palace. Hector sat on the palace porch, cleaning his pistol with a small oiled cloth, his movements slow and deliberate. They were like chess pieces, waiting for a hand to move them. The townspeople moved around them. They swept their walks, opened their shops, and tipped their hats to one another, a frantic performance of normalcy. But their steps were quicker, and no one lingered in the street for long. Rip spent his time at the wagon camp. It was another country. He helped Moses reshoe a mule, the ring of his hammer on the anvil a clean, honest sound. He chopped firewood for the Gables, the family with the little girl who had nightmares about shattering bottles. He kept his hands busy and his head down. He saw her near the creek that ran behind the camp. Rebecca Whitman was on her knees, showing Sarah Gable how to make a doll from corn husks. The child's laughter was a sound you didn't hear on Front Street. Rip walked over, his boots sinking slightly in the soft earth. "Looks like you found a better line of work than preaching," he said. Rebecca looked up. There was no welcome in her eyes, just a cool, appraising curiosity. Some sermons don't need a pulpit. She tied a piece of twine around the doll's waist. "What do you want, Mr. Campbell?" "Came to thank you." "For what?" "I didn't do it for you." "You did it for the town," he said. "That's close enough. You gave everyone a chance to breathe." She handed the finished doll to the little girl, who ran off with a squeal of delight. Rebecca rose to her feet, brushing the dirt from her dress. "I gave them a moment. A moment is not a piece. What happens when your employers decide they've had enough quiet?" "They're not my employers." "Not anymore." Rip gestured toward the circle of wagons. "I'm signed on with your father. I'm leaving with you." She studied his face, her expression skeptical. "Just like that? You plan to ride away from the fire you helped build?" "I didn't build it. I just warmed my hands at it for a while." "And now your hands are clean," she challenged, her voice sharp. "A man is dead, Mr. Campbell. Another man was shot in the back. Does riding to Oregon wash that away?" "No," he said, the word coming out harder than he intended. "Nothing washes it away. But a man can choose to walk a different trail." "Can he?" she asked, her gaze unwavering. "Or does the old trail follow him, no matter where he goes?" Before he could answer, a shadow fell over them. Captain Thaddeus Polk stood there, his face set in the stern lines of a man who carried the weight of 50 families on his shoulders. He looked at Rip, then at his daughter, and his disapproval was a cold front. Rebecca, Mrs. Henderson needs your help with the baby's fever. Yes, father. She gave Rip one last, unreadable look and walked away toward the wagons. Poke waited until she was gone. Campbell. A word. He led Rip away from the creek, toward the open prairie that stretched west. I saw you talking to my daughter. We were just talking, Captain. I know what you were doing. And I'm telling you to stop. Poke's voice was low, but it had the hard edge of command. She is a good woman with a good heart, and she sees the world as it should be, not as it is. You are a part of the world as it is. A part of the violence and the rot in this town. I'm trying to leave that part behind. Trying isn't good enough. Poke stopped and faced him, his eyes narrowed. I've made inquiries. I know about the fight at the Cattleman's. I know you took Morales's money. I know you are in this up to your neck. I will have no part of it. This wagon train is a chance for a new life for these people. I will not have it poisoned by old troubles. You settle your business here, and you settle it for good. If your name is mentioned one more time in connection with any trouble on that street, you are out. No pay, no job, no ride west. Am I clear? You're clear, Rip said. He left the captain and walked back into town. The promise he had just made felt like a fragile thing, easily broken. He needed a drink. He went to the palace. The saloon was quiet, almost empty. Morales was at his table, a deck of cards in his hands. He watched Rip approach, his expression unreadable. You look like a man with the weight of the world on him, Morales observed as Rip sat down. Just the weight of this town. Morales smiled. This quiet is unnatural. Bad for the nerves. And bad for business. He leaned forward, his voice a confidential murmur. A situation like this requires a catalyst. A small push to see which way the pieces will fall. I'm not pushing anything, Rip said. I'm done. Are you? Morales's smile didn't change, but his eyes went cold. You took my money, Campbell. You drank my whiskey. You made yourself a part of my business. A man doesn't simply decide when he is done. I decide. I'm leaving with the wagon train. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Morales laid a black ace on the table. McCready is weak right now. The town is against him. One more incident, something to show that he cannot even control his own men, and he will be finished. I need you to create that incident. No. Think carefully, Morales said, his voice soft as silk. You have made friends here. That big man, Boulder. The bartender, Cisco. It would be a shame if McCready's men, in their grief, were to mistake one of them for you in a dark alley. The threat was clear, wrapped in the language of concern. Rip stood up, his chair scraping on the floor. Stay away from them. Then stay in the game, Morales said, his attention already back on his cards. Rip walked out into the street, the veiled threat clinging to him like a shroud. He felt a presence at his side, and turned to see Curtis Wade. The older man had fallen into step with him, his movements casual. Heard you signed on with Poke, Wade said, looking straight ahead. That's the plan. A man needs a plan. They walked in silence for a few paces. Jake is drinking too much. He listens to Abe Tooley more than he listens to me. Abe wants blood. For his brother, for Harley Voss. He doesn't care whose. That's McCready's problem. It becomes your problem if Abe decides you're to blame for bringing Morales's guns to town. Wade stopped in the middle of the street. What is Morales planning? This quiet isn't his style. I don't know, Rip said. I'm out. Wade shook his head, a look of pity in his eyes. You think you can be? You walked into the middle of this thing, Campbell. You fanned the flames because you thought you could control the fire. A man doesn't get to walk away from a fire he started. He either puts it out or he burns with it. Wade turned and walked back toward the Cattleman's, leaving Rip standing alone in the dusty street. He was caught. A promise to poke in his past, a threat from Morales at his side, and a warning from Wade in his future. The fragile piece was a cage, and the walls were closing in. He walked to the livery, the need for the clean, simple company of his horse a physical ache. Chapter 15. He said I was a boy. Tommy McCready sloshed whiskey into his glass, his hand unsteady. He was 17, with his father's temper and none of his sense, and he'd been drinking since noon in the back room of the Cattleman's. Across the table, Abe Tooley watched him, his face a mask of cold grief. Who said that? Abe asked, his voice a low rumble. Morales. This morning. I was walking past the palace, and he was on the porch. He tipped his hat and said, "A fine day, isn't it, young man?" The way he said it, like he was patting a dog. Tommy's face flushed a blotchy red. Then that gunman of his, the Mexican, he laughed. Abe Tooley picked up the bottle and refilled Tommy's glass. He didn't pour one for himself. He was sober, and his sobriety was more dangerous than any drunkenness. Your brother is dead. My brother is dead. Your father sits in here listening to talk of peace from a preacher's daughter. A man's honor has to be defended, boy or not. My father won't listen, Tommy mumbled into his glass. He just says to wait. To be smart. Smart never avenged a damn thing, Abe said. He stood, the scrape of his chair loud in the quiet room. A man makes his own respect. He takes it. He doesn't wait for it to be given. He walked out, leaving the boy alone with the bottle and the poison he had just poured in his ear. An hour later, Tommy McCready pushed through the batwing doors of the palace. He swayed on his feet, his hand resting on the butt of a new pistol his father had given him for his birthday. The saloon was quiet, only a handful of customers at the tables. Cisco was behind the bar, polishing glasses. Boulder stood by the door, his arms crossed. Tommy swaggered to the bar. Whiskey. Cisco looked at him, his face impassive. He set down his polishing cloth. I think you've had enough for today, son. And you're on the wrong side of the street. The word hit Tommy like a slap. Son. The same condescension. The same dismissal. I'll drink where I please. Now, give me a bottle. From a corner table, one of the palace girls, a blonde named Lucy, laughed. It was a small sound, quickly stifled, but it landed on Tommy's raw pride like a lit match on dry tinder. His face went from red to white. You laughing at me? He snarled, turning from the bar. No, sir, the girl said quickly, her eyes wide with sudden fear. I think you were. Tommy's hand dropped to his pistol. Nobody laughs at a McCready. His draw was clumsy, fueled by rage and cheap whiskey. The first shot was wild, going high and shattering the huge, ornate mirror behind the bar. The crash of glass was like a thunderclap. Customers dove for cover, overturning tables. Hold on now, kid, Boulder said, taking a step forward, his hands held out in a placating gesture. Tommy swung the pistol toward him. Stay back. He fired again. The bullet splintered the floorboards a yard from Boulder's feet. Cisco had already dropped behind the bar. The customers were hiding under tables or crawling for the back door. Tommy stood alone in the center of the room, a boy playing at being a man, a wildness in his eyes. He raised the pistol and fired again and again, the shots deafening in the enclosed space. He shot out the lamps, plunging the room into a chaos of smoke and shadow. He put a bullet through a painting of a naked woman, then another into a stack of whiskey bottles, the amber liquid splashing across the floor. He was screaming now, a high, thin sound of pure frustration. He emptied his gun into the furniture, the woodwork, the memory of every slight he had ever felt. When the hammer finally clicked on an empty chamber, he stood panting in the wreckage, the smell of gunpowder thick in his throat. Boulder moved then, fast for a big man. He closed the distance and twisted the hot pistol from Tommy's hand. He held the boy by the scruff of the neck, shaking him like a rat. "Are you done now?" The front doors of the Cattleman's burst open. Jake McCready ran across the street, his face a mask of horror, Curtis Wade and Abe Tooley right behind him. They stopped dead in the doorway of the palace, taking in the scene of destruction. Vicente Morales emerged from his office, his face like a thundercloud. He surveyed the splintered furniture, the shattered glass, the dark, spreading pools of expensive whiskey. His gaze settled on Boulder, holding the terrified, suddenly sober boy. "Get your hands off my son," McCready growled, his hand going to his own gun. "Your son," Morales said, his voice dangerously soft, "has just declared war." He was provoked. McCready shouted, taking a step into the saloon. "My boy came in for a drink, and your man insulted him. Your whore laughed at him." "My whore has better sense than to laugh at a rabid dog," Morales shot back. "He came in here to destroy my property. He is a drunken, violent child, and you will pay for this." "I'll pay you nothing." The truce, the fragile, glassy thing that had held the town for 3 days, shattered as completely as the mirror behind the bar. The gunmen from both sides began to filter out onto the street, rifles in their hands. The brief hope kindled in the church was gone, replaced by the hard, ugly reality of drawn guns. Rip watched it all from the window of the livery stable. He had seen Tommy cross the street, had known in his gut what was coming. He had heard the shots, seen the panic. Now he watched the two sides face each other across a street that was no longer wide enough to hold their hate. Polk's ultimatum echoed in his mind. "If your name is mentioned one more time, you are out." He was out. His ride west was gone. He was stranded, a man without a side, in a town that was about to tear itself apart. A voice spoke from the shadows behind him, calm and quiet. "Looks like your travel plans have changed." Rip turned. Cole Hatcher stood there, leaning against a stall, a piece of straw dangling from the corner of his mouth. He looked utterly relaxed. "You have a problem, Campbell," Hatcher said, his pale eyes missing nothing. "You have no allies. Morales thinks you're a tool he can no longer use. McCready thinks you're a snake. Captain Polk thinks you're a disease. And I think you're worth $5,000. He took the straw from his mouth and examined the end of it. "This town is about to become a slaughterhouse. A man could get lost in the confusion. Or he could get useful." "Useful to who?" "To someone who can protect him." Hatcher's gaze was direct, pinning Rip in place. "Morales and McCready are both looking for an edge. A man with your skill could be that edge. They need a champion, Campbell. They just don't know it yet." "What's this to you?" "A variable," Hatcher said. "I dislike variables. You, loose on the street while this town burns, are a variable. You, inside one of those forts, under a commander I can identify, are a known quantity." He took a step closer, his voice dropping. "So here's the arrangement. You pick a side. You make yourself valuable to one of them. Because if you're still trying to play the man in the middle when the real shooting starts, I might just get bored. I might tell both of them exactly who you are. Tell them about the banker's son in Abilene. A man with a $5,000 price on his head is a very tempting target. It might be the one thing they could agree on." The trap was sprung. Hatcher had him. Neutrality was no longer an option. It was a death sentence. "You have until morning to choose," Hatcher said. He turned and walked out of the livery, his footsteps silent in the hay-strewn aisle. Rip stood in the growing darkness, the smell of horses and hay filling his lungs. He was out of choices, out of time, and out of road. He looked toward Front Street, where the lanterns cast a sickly yellow glow on the faces of angry men. He could run, but Hatcher would find him. He could hide, but the town was too small. Or he could fight. Chapter 16. $5,000. Cole Hatcher placed the folded piece of paper on the desk in Jake McCready's office. It was a wanted poster, the official kind, with a grainy sketch that looked only vaguely like Rip Campbell. The words, however, were specific. Murder. Abilene, Kansas. Dead or alive. McCready stared at it, his bloodshot eyes struggling to focus. Curtis Wade stood beside him, his gaze sharp, reading the text upside down. Abe Tooley crowded in, his big frame radiating a new, more focused hate. "What is this?" McCready slurred. "That," Hatcher said, his voice calm and precise, "is the man who has been playing you for a fool. His name is Rip Campbell. He is not a trailhand. He is a killer with a price on his head, and he has been using your town as his personal hideout." Wade picked up the poster. He read it slowly, his expression giving nothing away. "This is 2 years old." "Good paper doesn't expire," Hatcher said. "Neither does the banker who issued it. Campbell killed his son." "He was working for Morales," Abe Tooley growled. "He brought those Mexican guns to town." "No," Hatcher corrected, his voice cutting through the whiskey fumes. "He took Morales's money. There is a difference. He took his whiskey and slept in his hotel. But he was never Morales's man. He was his own man, using your war as a smokescreen to cover his back trail." He looked from McCready to Wade, his pale eyes missing nothing. "He told you Morales was planning to burn you out, didn't he? He told Morales you were bringing in 12 men to kill him by Sunday. He played you against each other, making the fire bigger so he'd have more smoke to hide in." The pieces clicked into place in Wade's mind. He saw it now, the careful whispers, the way Campbell never quite committed, always the man in the middle. It had been a masterful deception. "The son of a bitch," McCready breathed, the words a mixture of awe and fury. He pushed himself to his feet. "He's dead. I'll see him dead before morning." "That is your right," Hatcher said smoothly. "But a word of advice. Morales doesn't know this yet. He still thinks Campbell is a potential pawn. When I tell him, he will want the $5,000 for himself. And he will want Campbell dead for making him look like a fool. He let that sink in. The man has no allies. He is trapped between you. But he is dangerous. Do not underestimate him." Hatcher put on his hat. "My business is with Campbell. I am a duly authorized agent of the law. But this is your town. I will, of course, defer to your methods." He walked to the door. "Happy hunting." He did not go straight to the palace. He went to the Dodge House, ordered breakfast, and ate it slowly, giving the news time to fester in the Cattleman's. He let McCready's rage build. Then, carrying a cup of coffee, he strolled across the street. Morales met him on the porch of the wrecked saloon, his face a mask of cold fury. "I am not in the mood for visitors." "This isn't a visit," Hatcher said. "It's a business opportunity." He handed Morales an identical wanted poster. Morales read it, his expression tightening. The idea that he had been played, that the man he had seen as a useful tool was in fact a fugitive using him for cover, was a profound insult to his intelligence and his pride. "He told me you hired 12 men," Morales said, his voice a low hiss. He told McCready you were planning to burn him out, Hatcher countered. He pushed you both toward the edge, hoping you'd be too busy killing each other to notice the bounty hunter who had just stepped off the train. Morales crumpled the poster in his fist. The $5,000 is mine. My men will bring him in. They'll have to get in line, Hatcher said. McCready is already gathering his people. Campbell is currently a man with no friends and 2 armies looking for him. He took a sip of his coffee. I just thought you should know the nature of the man you invited into your house. It's bad for business to be seen as a fool. He tipped his hat and walked away, leaving Morales standing in the wreckage of his saloon, the insult burning hotter than any whiskey. Rip spent the night in the hayloft of the livery, his Colt in his hand, his back against a rough-hewn post. He didn't sleep. He listened to the sounds of the town gearing up for war. Men moving in the darkness, the quiet click of a rifle being loaded, the low murmur of voices giving orders. Hatcher's deadline morning was a death sentence. He had to choose. Just before dawn, he slipped out of the livery. The street was empty, cloaked in a gray pre-dawn mist. He had made his decision. McCready was a hothead, driven by grief. Morales was a businessman. He would listen to reason. Rip kept to the shadows, moving quickly toward the palace. He was 20 yards from the porch when Hector stepped out of the doorway, a rifle in his hands. He didn't raise it. He just held it, a casual promise of death. Morales doesn't want to see you, Campbell. I need to talk to him, Hector. He said if he saw you, I should shoot you. Hector's voice held a note of genuine regret. I would rather not. But I will. Go away. The door was closed. Rip backed away slowly, his hands held open and away from his gun. He turned and looked across the street. The Cattleman's was his only other option. It was a fool's choice, but it was the only one he had. He walked into the middle of the street, his boots kicking up puffs of dust in the half-light. The doors of the Cattleman's swung open. Curtis Wade stood there, a shotgun held loosely in his hands. Don't, Wade said, his voice flat. Wade, listen to me. Hatcher is playing you. He's playing all of us. I know what he is, Wade said. And I know what you are. A liar and a wanted man. Jake wants you dead. Abe wants you in pieces. There's no conversation to be had here. Turn around and walk away, and maybe you'll make it to the edge of town before they see you. Trapped. The street was a no-man's land, and he was the only target. From both porches, men watched him, their rifles ready. He was worth $5,000, a prize they could both agree on. There was only one place left to go. He turned his back on the saloons and walked toward the church. He expected a shot. He felt the crosshairs on his back every step of the way. But no shot came. They were waiting, letting him corner himself. The church door was unlocked. He slipped inside, the cool, quiet air a sudden shock after the tension of the street. Reverend Whitman and Rebecca were there, kneeling at the front pew in morning prayer. They looked up, startled by his sudden appearance. They're going to kill me, Rip said, his voice hoarse. He bolted the heavy oak door. The Reverend rose, his face a mixture of fear and stern disapproval. What have you done now, son? He's done what he had to do, Rebecca said. She stood and walked toward him, her eyes clear and steady. The judgment was gone, replaced by a weary understanding. She had seen the men gathering, had heard the whispers. She had put the pieces together. She stopped in front of him, so close he could see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. You are not the villain I thought you were, she said, her voice low. But you are not a hero either. I never claimed to be. No, she agreed. You didn't. She looked at the desperation in his eyes, at the way his hand hovered near the worn grip of his pistol. She saw past the gunman, past the schemer, and saw the man underneath, trapped by a long series of bad choices. "You're just a man trying to survive." The words were not an accusation. They were a benediction, a statement of fact that settled the last of his own lies. He was no mastermind. He was just a man who had run out of road. A heavy fist pounded on the church door. "Campbell, we know you're in there. Send him out, preacher." It was McCready's voice, thick with rage. Rip moved to the side window, peering through the colored glass. He saw them then. Men from the palace and men from the Cattleman's. They were not facing each other anymore. They were spread out, forming a loose circle around the church, their rifles held ready. They had found their common cause. He was it. Rebecca came to stand beside him. Chapter 17. "You have until sunup to send him out, preacher." Jake McCready's voice was a raw-throated bellow from the street. After that, the house of God is just a wooden box full of kindling. Inside, the only light came from the colored glass of the windows, casting long, distorted patterns of red and blue across the pews. Rip stood back from the window, a ghost in the dim light. Reverend Whitman was by the altar, his face pale, his hands gripping the edge of the pulpit as if it were the rail of a sinking ship. "They are bluffing," the Reverend said, his voice a strained whisper. "They are sinners and villains, but they would not dare set fire to a church." "God ain't wearing a gun, Reverend," Rip said. He moved to a window on the other side of the building, peering around the edge of the frame. "And they ain't sinners right now. They're a posse. That makes 'em righteous in their own heads." He could see them clearly. 4 of McCready's men, including Abe Tooley, were crouched behind the water trough across the street. 3 of Morales's men, Hector among them, had taken cover behind a stack of barrels by the general store. They weren't watching each other anymore. All their rifles were pointed at the small, white church. Rebecca came to stand beside him. She held a heavy brass candlestick, its weight awkward but determined in her hand. "What is your plan?" "Staying alive is the only plan right now." "That's a reaction, not a plan," she said, her voice steady. "They have us trapped. They will wait until their anger is greater than their fear of God, and then they will do what Mr. McCready has threatened." He looked at her, at the unexpected steel in her spine. "You seem calm for a woman about to be burned alive." "I am not calm," she said. "I am focused. My father is praying. You are watching. I am trying to think. What do they want most?" "Me," Rip said. "And the $5,000 on my head." "Then that is our currency." She turned away from the window. "Father, we need to talk to them." The first real light of day was filtering through the windows when the shouting started again. This time it was Sheriff Drummond, his voice thin and reedy against the heavy silence. "Jake. Vicente. In the name of the law, I order you to disperse your men." Rip moved back to the front window. He saw Drummond standing alone in the middle of the street, his badge pinned to his unbuttoned vest, a shotgun held loosely in his hands. He looked small and absurdly brave. "Go home, Sheriff," Curtis Wade called out from the porch of the Cattleman's. "This is not your affair." "The law is always my affair," Drummond shouted back. "You've got a man of God and his daughter trapped in there. Whatever your grievance with Campbell, this ends now." He took a step toward the church. A single shot cracked from the second-floor window of the Dodge House Hotel. It was a clean, professional shot with no wasted motion. Sheriff Drummond grunted, a sound of surprise, and spun around. The shotgun clattered into the dust. He clutched at his shoulder, a dark stain spreading through the fabric of his shirt. He staggered, and fell to one knee. From his window, Rip saw a brief flicker of movement, the shape of a man in a bowler hat stepping back from the hotel window. Cole Hatcher. He wasn't taking sides. He was eliminating variables. The law was a variable. Curtis Wade was the first to react. He ran into the street and dragged the wounded sheriff back to the cover of the cattleman's porch. The fragile authority that had held the town together was gone, bleeding out in the dust. Inside the church, the Reverend Whitman let out a cry of anguish. "They have shot the sheriff." "He's not dead," Rip said, his voice flat. He had seen the shot. A shoulder wound. Meant to disable, not to kill. Hatcher was a surgeon with his rifle. But he's out of the play. He looked back at the street. The dynamic had changed. Wade was occupied with the sheriff. McCready and Morales were in charge now, completely and totally. A flicker of movement near the back of the palace caught his eye. A small side door, used for deliveries, opened a crack. A hand emerged, holding a white cloth, and waved it once, twice. It was Cisco, the bartender. He was signaling. But what? Then he saw her. Sally. She slipped out of the back of the Cattleman's, carrying a basket of laundry. She didn't look toward the church. She walked down the alley, her steps hurried, her head down. She was putting herself in the open, using a simple chore as cover. She disappeared behind the general store. "Friends of yours?" Rebecca asked, her voice low beside him. "Acquaintances," Rip said. "People who don't like seeing the odds stacked this high." A new sound reached them. A heavy, rhythmic thudding from the front of the church. Thud. 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 "What is that?" the Reverend whispered. Rip knew. A battering ram. Or the next best thing. A heavy beam from the livery. "They mean to break down the door," Rebecca said. "Your father thinks prayer is a shield," Rip said, turning to her. "I think a thick wall is a shield." "Perhaps," she replied, her eyes holding his, "you need both." The thudding grew louder, punctuated by the grunts of the men outside. The heavy oak door groaned, the iron hinges straining. Then from the back of the church came a new sound. A frantic, scratching noise at the small vestry door that led to the cemetery. Rip spun around, his Colt raised. "Don't shoot," a voice hissed from the other side. "It's Boulder." Rip stared at Rebecca. She nodded. He moved to the small, stout door and drew the bolt. The big bouncer squeezed through the opening, moving with surprising speed. He wasn't alone. Behind him were Sally and Cisco. "What the hell are you doing here?" Rip demanded, bolting the door behind them. "Evening the odds," Boulder said, his voice a low rumble. He was carrying a shotgun. "Morales ordered me to help break down the main door. I told him it was bad for business to break down a church." He disagreed. The big man's face was set in stubborn lines. "I don't mind a fair fight. This ain't fair." "They're going to kill you for this," Rip said. "They have to find me first," Boulder said. Sally pushed a heavy canvas sack into Rip's hands. "From the saloon. Whiskey. Good stuff. And this." She handed him a box of cartridges for his Colt, and another for the shotgun. "It's all I could get." She looked at him, her face pale but determined. "You stood up for me. That ain't a thing a girl forgets." "Cisco?" Rip asked. The bartender held up 2 repeating rifles. "From behind the bar. Morales has a private stock." He looked ashamed. "He is my patron. But he has gone mad. This is not business. This is sacrilege." The pounding at the front door stopped. A voice shouted, again. "All together now." The heavy beam struck the door with a tremendous crack. A long, splintering fracture appeared in the oak. "We don't have much time," Rebecca said, taking charge. "Rip, Boulder, you have the guns. You know where to place them. Cisco, you and I will help my father barricade the door with the pews. Sally, keep watch at the back." Rip looked at the small band of unlikely allies. A bouncer with a conscience, a whore with a debt, a bartender with a soul, and a preacher's daughter with a core of iron. It wasn't an army, but it was something. "All right," Rip said, handing a rifle to Boulder and taking one himself. He racked a shell into the chamber, the sound loud and final in the holy silence. "Let's go to work." Chapter 18. Enough. The voice was not a shout. It was a command, forged in the crucible of battlefields and honed by years of leading men. It sliced through the tense morning air, sharp as a saber, and every man on Front Street turned toward its source. Captain Thaddeus Polk stood at the end of the street, where the town bled into the open prairie. He was not alone. Behind him, arrayed in a silent, grim line, were the men of his wagon train. Farmers, blacksmiths, carpenters, men who worked with their hands, not with guns. But in their hands now were squirrel rifles, old army muskets, and heavy felling axes. They were not an army, but they were a force, and their faces were hard with the anger of decent men pushed too far. "This is not your town anymore," Polk declared, his voice carrying with military precision. He began to walk down the center of the street, his pioneers falling into step behind him like a slow, implacable wave. "It is a cage for mad dogs, and my families are trapped outside the bars." From the porch of the Cattleman's, Jake McCready stepped forward. "This is a private matter, Polk. Go back to your wagons." "My wagons," Polk said, his voice dropping to a dangerous low as he continued to advance, "leave for Oregon on the morning tide in 2 days. The families are nervous. They hear the gunfire. They see the dead men. They will not travel into hostile country without guards they can trust." He stopped, his force of farmers a solid wall behind him, halfway between the church and the saloons. "And I will not hire guards from a town at war with itself." He looked from McCready to Vicente Morales, who had appeared on the porch of the palace, a silk robe drawn tight around him. "This ends today. You will resolve your differences. You will restore order to this street, or we are leaving you to your self-made hell. We will travel unguarded if we must, and we will take every last dollar of our business with us." He gestured to the general store, the livery, the blacksmith shop. "This town survives on the trade we bring. When we are gone, you will have nothing left to fight over but the dust." The ultimatum hung in the air, heavy and final. It was a language both McCready and Morales understood perfectly. Not morality. Not law. Business. Inside the church, Rip watched the scene unfold through a shattered piece of the stained glass window. Beside him, Boulder grunted. "The old man's got sand." The heavy beam struck the front door again, a desperate, angry punctuation to Polk's speech. The wood groaned, a long crack snaking down its length. "His sand isn't going to stop that door from coming down," Rip said. "Or stop them from burning us out once the farmers go home." "Then we are lost," Reverend Whitman said, his voice hollow. He had stopped praying, and was now just staring at the splintering door. "No," Rebecca said. She stood near the altar, her face pale but her eyes clear. "We are not lost. We are cornered." She looked at Rip. "There is a difference." The stalemate outside continued. Polk and his men were a human dam, holding back the flood, but Rip knew it wouldn't last. The farmers had families to protect. They wouldn't stay in the line of fire forever. Once they were gone, the siege would resume, and it would end in blood and fire. Rip looked at the faces of his small, strange garrison. Sally, crouched by a back window, her knuckles white on a loaded pistol. Cisco, huddled behind a pew, his rifle shaking. Boulder, a mountain of resolve, his shotgun held at the ready. The Reverend, his faith shattered. And Rebecca, who looked not at the mob outside, but at him, her gaze a silent question. He had run from Abilene. He had tried to run from Dodge. He was out of places to run. He thought of Wade's words. You either put the fire out, or you burn with it. They want a fight, Rip said, his voice quiet, thinking aloud. They want blood. Morales wants to prove he's the king. McCready wants revenge. Abe Tooley wants me dead. Hatcher wants his bounty. He pushed himself away from the wall. They all want the same thing, but they can't all have it. What are you saying? Rebecca asked. I'm saying this isn't about the town anymore, Rip said. It's not about the saloons. It's about pride. Theirs and mine. He walked to the center of the aisle, the colored light falling on him like a benediction. There's only one way to end this. You can't reason with a rabid dog. But you can give it one bone to chew on instead of the whole herd. He looked at Rebecca, and in her eyes he saw that she understood. She saw the shape of his desperate, final gamble. It's a language they'll understand, he said. It's a language that gets men killed, her father interjected, his voice trembling. More men will be killed if we do nothing, Rebecca said, her gaze locked with Rip's. She walked toward him, down the long aisle. My father preaches that a man must be willing to lay down his life for his brother. I'm not your brother, Rip said. You are a man, she countered, stopping a few feet from him. And you are trying to do what is right, in the only way you know how. She looked at the splintered door, at the faces of the angry men outside, then back at him. A sad, knowing courage filled her eyes. Sometimes a man has to stand up, even when the odds are against him. The words settled in the quiet church, an answer to a question he hadn't dared ask. It wasn't forgiveness. It was permission. He handed his rifle to Boulder. He unbuckled his gun belt and laid it on the front pew, the heavy Colt resting on the worn hymnal. He was a man stripped down to his last and only card. Don't let them break down the door, he said to Boulder. The big man nodded, his eyes full of a grim understanding. Rip walked to the splintered door. He took a deep breath, the air tasting of dust and beeswax and finality. He drew the heavy bolt. Chapter 19. This is between you and me. Rip's voice cut through the morning silence, clear and steady. He stood alone in the street, his hands empty, a single unarmed man facing two small armies. The gunmen on both porches shifted, rifles coming to the ready. It's my name on the poster, Rip called out, his gaze moving from Jake McCready to Vicente Morales. My head worth $5,000. My fight. Not the town's. Not anymore. From the porch of the Cattleman's, Abe Tooley raised his shotgun. I can end it right now. Hold, Curtis Wade said, his voice a low command. He put a hand on the shotgun's barrel and pushed it down. He looked at Rip, his eyes narrowed, waiting. Captain Polk stepped forward from his line of farmers, his face a mask of grim authority. Let the man speak. Rip looked past them all, his eyes finding Rebecca in the dark doorway of the church. She stood motionless, a silent witness. He drew strength from her stillness and turned his attention back to the saloons. You both want the same thing, he said. You want me dead, and you want this feud to be over so you can get back to business. You want to be the man who won. He took a step forward, into the center of the dusty street. All right. Here's your chance to win it all. He looked at McCready. You pick a man. Your best man. He and I will face each other. Here. Now. Then he turned to Morales. When that's done, you pick a man. Your best. He and I will do the same. One after the other. A murmur ran through the crowd of pioneers. Poke's face was unreadable. "What are the terms?" Morales called out, his voice sharp with a businessman's curiosity. He saw a negotiation, a way to cut his losses. "Simple," Rip said. "If your man kills me, the bounty is yours. McCready's man gets the same chance. If I lose to either one, the game is over. My body and the bounty money belong to the winner. The rest of you can go back to pouring whiskey. And if you win—" McCready sneered, his voice thick with hate. "What then? You think you walk away?" "If I win both," Rip said, his voice ringing with a finality that allowed no argument, "the feud ends. For good. You both pack up your hired guns, and you send them home. You leave me, the Whitmans, and the wagon train alone. I ride out with Captain Poke, and you never see my face again. You can go back to fighting over customers with watered-down whiskey instead of bullets." He looked from one man to the other. "The town gets its piece. You get your pride. One of you gets $5,000. Or I get to live. It's a fair gamble." "He's a liar and a cheat," Abe Tooley roared. "There's no honor in a deal with a man like that." "There is no honor in burning down a church with a woman inside," Captain Poke said, his voice cutting like a whip. "You will listen to his terms. I will stand as witness. The people of this town will stand as witness. The deal will be honored." The pressure was immense. The eyes of the town, of the pioneers, of their own men were on McCready and Morales. To refuse was to be seen as a coward, afraid to risk one man for a prize they had been willing to risk a whole town for. McCready looked at Curtis Wade. Wade gave a single, almost imperceptible nod. It was a clean way out. A chance to end it with a victory. "I agree to the terms," McCready said, his voice raspy. He pointed a finger at Wade. "He's my champion." Wade stepped forward. He looked at Rip, not with hate, but with the cool, professional appraisal of a man sizing up a job. Rip turned his gaze to Morales. "And you?" Morales was about to speak, his eyes on Hector, when a new voice intervened, calm and detached. "I will be Mr. Morales's champion." Cole Hatcher stepped off the porch of the Dodge House. He was dressed in the same dark suit, his bowler hat set at a precise angle. He looked like he was on his way to a bank appointment, not a gunfight. He walked into the middle of the street, stopping a few yards from Rip. Morales looked from Hatcher to Hector, a flicker of surprise on his face. "You are not my man." "No," Hatcher agreed. "I am not. But I am the man with the legal warrant. And I am, without question, the best shot in this town. Your man Hector is good. I am better." He spoke with a complete lack of arrogance. It was a simple statement of professional fact. "Your goal is to eliminate Campbell and collect the bounty. My goal is the same. Hiring me as your champion is the most efficient path to your desired outcome. It is good business." Morales, the businessman, understood. Hector was loyal. Hatcher was a guarantee. He gave a sharp, decisive nod. Done. The pieces were set. Rip Campbell versus Curtis Wade. If he survived, Rip Campbell versus Cole Hatcher. Hatcher looked at Rip, and for the first time a small cold smile touched his lips. "It seems our business will be concluded sooner than I anticipated. I find this arrangement efficient." He was not just after the bounty now. This was about Abilene. About the man who had gotten away. It was personal. "I need my gun," Rip said, his voice level. "Go get it," Poke commanded. Rip turned and walked back toward the church. He felt every eye on his back. The town, the gunmen, the pioneers, they were all spectators now, and he was the main event. He stopped at the church door. Rebecca stood there, her face a pale oval in the shadows. Her hands were clasped so tightly her knuckles were white. She didn't speak. She didn't have to. He saw the fear in her eyes, but underneath it he saw the same steely resolve that had faced down 2 saloons. He stepped inside and walked to the front pew. He picked up his gun belt, the leather worn and familiar. He strapped it on, settling the weight of the Colt on his hip. He checked the loads, his fingers moving with a practiced economy. When he turned back, Rebecca was still there. "This is a foolish way to die," she whispered. "It's the only way I know how to live," he said. He walked out of the church and back into the center of the street. He didn't look at Hatcher. He didn't look at Morales or McCready. His eyes were on one man. Curtis Wade. Wade stood waiting for him, his face calm, his hands loose at his sides. He was a professional, and he was ready to go to work. Rip walked toward him, the sun hot on his shoulders, the dust of Front Street waiting to drink the blood of the first man to fall. Chapter 20. The street was a long, dusty stage. Curtis Wade and Rip Campbell walked toward each other, their boots making no sound in the thick dust. They stopped when 20 paces separated them, turning to face each other in the harsh, flat light of the morning sun. The town had become a silent theater. Every window held faces. The line of farmers stood motionless, their rifles held loosely. On the porches of the saloons, the gunmen watched, their own feuds forgotten for the moment, replaced by the pure, clean focus of a formal duel. Wade was a professional. He stood relaxed, his hands loose, his gaze steady. There was no hate in his eyes, only the calm assessment of a man who had a job to do. He had killed men before, and he had been paid for it. This was no different. Rip met his gaze. He saw the same lack of malice, the same professional calm. It made Wade more dangerous than a man like Abe Tooley, who was driven by blind rage. Wade would not make a mistake. Rip pushed everything else from his mind. Hatcher waiting his turn, Rebecca in the church doorway, the long, impossible road to Oregon. There was only this street, this sun, this man. Captain Polk stepped forward into the silence. "The terms have been agreed to. This will be a fair fight. On my count." He raised a hand. 1. Rip's breath was a slow, steady thing in his chest. He could feel the worn leather of his holster against his thigh, the familiar weight of the Colt. 2. He saw Wade's shoulders settle, a fractional, almost imperceptible shift. A man preparing his body for a single, violent act. Rip matched it, letting his own weight sink into the balls of his feet. 3. There was no wasted motion. Wade's hand was a blur, dropping to the butt of his pistol, the draw smooth and practiced from 1,000 repetitions in front of a mirror. He was fast. He was clean. Rip was faster. His hand didn't seem to drop so much as simply arrive. The Colt was in his fist, clearing leather in a single fluid motion that was part of the turn of his hips and the tightening of his shoulder. He didn't aim. He pointed, the barrel of the gun an extension of his will. The 2 shots came so close together they were almost one sound, a hard, flat double crack that echoed off the false-fronted buildings. A puff of dust kicked up a foot to Rip's left. Wade's shot. Rip's shot did not miss. A dark spot, small as a silver dollar, appeared on the front of Curtis Wade's shirt, just over his heart. He stood perfectly still for a second, a look of surprise on his face. It was not the surprise of a man who had lost, but of a professional who had been beaten at his own craft. He looked down at the hole in his chest, then back up at Rip. He gave a single, slow nod. It was a nod of respect. Then his knees buckled, and he fell forward into the dust. He did not move again. A collective sigh went through the crowd. On the porch of the Cattleman's, Jake McCready's face went slack, his whiskey courage draining away. Even he could see the fairness of it, the clean, deadly skill. He looked at the body of his champion, then at Rip, and gave a slow, grudging nod of his own. The first part of the bargain had been met. Rip stood over the body, the smoke curling from his gun barrel. He felt nothing. No triumph, no regret. He had killed a man who was trying to kill him. It was the simple, brutal arithmetic of the life he lived. He ejected the spent shell and thumbed a fresh cartridge into the empty chamber from his gun belt. "Efficient," Cole Hatcher said, his voice cutting through the stunned silence. He walked forward from the Dodge House porch, stopping where Wade had stood. He shrugged out of his tailored suit coat, folded it neatly, and laid it over the hitching rail. He rolled up the sleeves of his clean white shirt, revealing lean, corded forearms. "Your turn," Rip said. "My pleasure." Hatcher smiled, a thin, cold expression that never reached his pale eyes. "But first, a conversation. A man should know why he's about to die." He began to walk, taking slow, measured paces in a circle around Rip, forcing Rip to turn with him. "You remember Abilene, Campbell. You remember the banker's son. But you don't remember everything, do you? You've edited the story in your mind to make yourself the hero." Rip stayed silent, turning with him, his eyes locked on Hatcher's. He could feel the bounty hunter's words probing, looking for a weakness, a distraction. "There was a woman," Hatcher said, his voice a soft, taunting murmur. "A car dealer named Kate. Dark hair, eyes the color of a summer storm. You remember her now, don't you? You spent the banker's money on her, bought her trinkets, made her promises." Rip remembered. He remembered her quiet laugh, the sad, knowing look in her eyes. "She was my business," Hatcher continued, his circle tightening. "I was courting her. Properly. I had plans. We were going to go to San Francisco. I had it all arranged. And then you drifted into town. You, with your easy smile and your trail-worn charm. You were a novelty. A stray dog she decided to take in." The townspeople listened, captivated by this new personal drama. Rebecca stood frozen in the church doorway, her face pale. "The boy you killed," Hatcher said. "He was an inconvenience. He was bothering her, yes. He was drunk and loud, and thought his father's money could buy him anything, including her. But you didn't kill him to save her, Campbell. You killed him to impress her. To show her you were the bigger wolf." "He drew on me," Rip said, his voice a low growl. "And you were happy to oblige," Hatcher countered, his voice sharp as a razor. "It was a performance. And it worked. She was yours after that. But you didn't want her. You just wanted to win. A week later, you were gone, and she was left with nothing but the memory of a dead boy and the man who killed him." Hatcher finally stopped his circling, facing Rip across 10 paces of sun-bleached dust. "I came back to Abilene a month later. She was gone. The banker's money had dried up the town. No one knew where she went. You didn't just kill his son, Campbell. You ruined my life." He let the words hang in the hot, still air. "So this is not for the $5,000. That's just a fee. This is for Kate." Rip looked at the hate in Hatcher's eyes, at the twisted story he had built over 2 years of bitter memory. He felt the pull of the past, the urge to defend himself, to argue, to explain. And then he saw Rebecca. She was looking at him, and in her gaze he saw not judgment, but a simple, powerful clarity. "You are just a man trying to survive." The words broke Hatcher's spell. The ghosts of Abilene, of Kate, of the banker's son, they all faded. They were the past. They were a story that was already over. Rebecca was the present. The wagon train was the future. Survival was the only thing that mattered. Hatcher's hate was a weakness. Rip let it go. He let it all go. His mind became as quiet and still as the street around him. "Are you done talking?" Rip asked. Hatcher's smile vanished. He had expected a reaction, an argument, some sign that his words had hit their mark. He saw nothing but a cold, deep calm. He had lost his edge. "Yes," Hatcher said, his voice a hiss. "I'm done talking." They stood for a heartbeat, two statues in the sun. They drew. It was not a duel. It was an execution. Hatcher was a blur of motion, his hand a streak of vengeful speed. He was faster than Wade. Much faster. But his speed was fueled by 2 years of festering rage. Rip's speed was born of a single, desperate moment of absolute clarity. It came from a place beyond anger, beyond fear. It was the pure, distilled instinct to live. His Colt was in his hand, bucking, before Hatcher's gun had even cleared its holster. The bullet took Cole Hatcher in the center of his chest. His body jerked back as if hit by a mule. The gun flew from his numb fingers, spinning end over end in the sunlight. His pale eyes were wide with a final, ultimate surprise. He opened his mouth, and a single ugly word came out softer than a sigh. Chapter 21. The deal is void. Jake McCready's voice was a ragged tear in the fabric of the stunned silence. He stumbled down from the cattleman's porch, his face a blotchy mask of whiskey and disbelief. The deal was for one of our champions to kill him, not for him to kill them both. Rip stood over Hatcher's body, the acrid smell of gunpowder sharp in his nostrils. He didn't look at McCready. He watched the men on the porches, the gunmen whose loyalties were paid for in cash and whiskey. He saw their confusion, their hesitation. The script had been thrown out, and they were waiting for their new lines. Abe Tooley was the first to find his. He moved to stand beside McCready, his shotgun held at his hip, its twin barrels a pair of dark, empty eyes. "He's a murderer with a price on his head. The deal was with a man, not a wanted killer. We take him now." On the other side of the street, Vicente Morales stepped forward, his face a study in cold calculation. His champion was dead. His chance at the bounty was gone. But the situation had changed, and a good businessman always adapts to a changing market. "Mr. McCready is correct," Morales said, his voice smooth and reasonable. "The original terms are no longer applicable. Campbell is a fugitive from the law. As civic leaders, it is our duty to see him brought to justice." He had found his angle. He was no longer a saloon owner in a feud. He was a concerned citizen. It was a masterful pivot. His men, Hector and the others, began to raise their rifles, taking their cue from their leader. Across the street, McCready's men did the same. The brief alliance that had formed to besiege the church was forgotten, but a new, unspoken one was taking its place. They were united once more in their desire to see Rip Campbell dead. The townspeople, who had let out a collective sigh of relief moments before, now drew back, their hopes turning to ash. The farmers with Captain Polk shifted their rifles, their expressions hardening. The peace had lasted less than a minute. Rip didn't move. He stood between the two dead men, the living prize in a game that refused to end. He could feel the weight of their rifles aimed at him, a physical pressure on his skin. He had won the duels, but he had lost the war. A deal witnessed is a deal made. Captain Polk's voice was not loud, but it had the flat, hard authority of a hammer striking an anvil. He and his pioneers took a collective step forward, a solid, determined line of farmers and blacksmiths. They were not gunmen, but they were armed and they were no longer afraid. "We heard the terms," Polk said, his gaze sweeping from McCready to Morales. "The town heard the terms. God heard the terms. You gave your word. You will honor it. This is town business, Captain, Morales said, a thin smile touching his lips. It does not concern you or your farmers. It became my concern when you turned this street into a shooting gallery that my families have to walk through, Poke shot back. It became my concern when your war threatened to strand 50 people without the guards they paid for. You will honor the deal, or we will help this town see that you do. It was a bluff, but a powerful one. Morales and McCready looked at the line of determined men, at their rifles and their axes, and they saw their customer base, their supply line, their entire reason for being in business standing against them. You have no right, McCready sputtered. We have every right, a new voice said. Reverend Whitman stepped out from the church, his Bible in his hand, his face filled with a righteous fire Rip had not seen before. He walked to stand beside Captain Poke, a pillar of moral certainty. You made a covenant in the sight of God and this community. You will not break it. The standoff held, a perfect fragile balance of greed, pride, and newfound courage. It was then that Rebecca Whitman walked past them all. She did not look at her father or the captain. She did not look at the gunman. She walked into the middle of the street, her steps sure and steady in the dust, and stopped before the body of Curtis Wade. She knelt, her dress settling in the dirt, and gently closed his staring eyes. Then she did the same for Cole Hatcher, a gesture of simple, human decency in a place that had forgotten its meaning. She rose and faced McCready and Morales. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. Look at what your pride has cost, she said, her voice clear and carrying in the silence. She gestured to the two dead men. These men had mothers. They may have had wives, children. They are dead now, so that you could settle an argument over who sells more whiskey. She looked at Jake McCready. Is your pride worth this, Mr. McCready? Is it worth your son, Tommy, growing up to be a man who solves his problems with a gun? She turned to Morales. Is your business so important, Mr. Morales, that it must be built on the bodies of other men? She let the questions hang in the air. She had not condemned them. She had simply held up a mirror, the same mirror she had held up in the church, and forced them to look at their own reflections. McCready could not meet her gaze. He looked at the body of Curtis Wade, a good man who had died for his bad cause. He looked at Abe Tooley, whose face was a mask of unending grief. He looked at his own trembling hands. The fight was gone from him, bled out into the dust with his champion. He turned without a word, and walked back into the dark interior of his saloon. Morales held her gaze for a moment longer. He saw no judgment in her eyes, only a profound and weary sadness. He was a businessman. He knew when a deal was done, when a position was lost. He gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod, not to Rip, but to her. He turned and followed McCready's example, disappearing into the palace. It was over. The hired guns, their leaders gone, lowered their rifles. The tension broke, the air clearing like the sky after a thunderstorm. The cost had been terrible. 7 men dead since Rip had ridden into town. A sheriff wounded. A town divided and scarred. But it was over. Captain Poke walked over to Rip. The deal is honored. The wagon train leaves at dawn tomorrow. Be there. Rip nodded. He ejected the spent shells from his Colt and reloaded, his fingers moving with a slow, deliberate purpose. He holstered the weapon, the familiar weight a comfort and a curse. He looked over at the church. Rebecca stood with her father, her hand on his arm. She was watching him, her expression unreadable. He had won his life, but he did not know if he had lost her respect. He had proven he was a survivor. But he had done it with a gun in his hand, leaving 2 more bodies in the street. He turned his back on the saloons, on the dead men, on the silent judgment of the town. He walked away from the reckoning, his spurs making the only sound in the quiet street, and headed toward the livery to get his horse. Chapter 22. The livery stable smelled of hay and horse sweat and endings. Rip moved in the light of a single lantern, its yellow glow pushing back the deep shadows of the barn. He packed his saddlebags with a spare shirt, a handful of jerky, and the last of his ammunition. His buckskin watched him from the stall, its dark eyes calm and knowing. The horse was ready to leave. They were always ready to leave. He had collected his pay from the palace before Morales had left the street. $100. Blood money. He had left it on the bar. He had his pay from Captain Poke, and the $200 he'd started with. It was enough to get him somewhere else, another town where his name wasn't known, and his past was just a set of faded tracks. He finished his packing and leaned against the stall, his arms resting on the rough wood. The town was quiet. It was the sleep of exhaustion, the quiet that follows a fever. The bodies of Wade and Hatcher were gone from the street. The hired guns had been paid off and were already riding out, melting back into the prairie they'd come from. The war was over. His war, however, was just beginning. He was a man with a $5,000 price on his head and a long, lonely road in front of him. A floorboard creaked at the far end of the stable. Rip's hand was on his Colt before he had even registered the sound, the motion as unconscious as breathing. He melted back into the deeper shadow of the stall, the gun coming free of the holster, the hammer a silent click under his thumb. A figure appeared in the wide open doorway, silhouetted against the moonlit street. It was not a man. It was a woman, and she was alone. Rebecca Whitman. She stood for a moment, letting her eyes adjust to the gloom. She held a small carpet-sided bag in her hand. "Mr. Campbell, are you here?" Rip eased the hammer down and holstered his pistol. He stepped out of the shadows. "Ma'am." She didn't startle. She had known he was there. "I thought I would find you here." "Come to make sure I'm leaving?" he asked, his voice rougher than he intended. "No," she said. "I came to see if you would take me with you." The words hung in the quiet, dusty air between them. Rip stared at her. He thought he had misheard. He thought it was a trick of the night, a phantom of his own exhaustion. "Take you where?" "West," she said, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. "To Oregon." He almost laughed. It was the most absurd thing he had ever heard. "Ma'am, with all due respect, you've got a place on the wagon train. With your father. With good, decent people." He gestured to himself, to the worn gun belt, to the saddlebags packed for a fast exit. "I'm not decent people. I'm the man they hire decent people to protect themselves from." "I know who you are," she said. She took a few steps into the stable, the lantern light catching the earnest, determined set of her face. "I saw who you were in the church. A man who was trapped and willing to sacrifice himself to save others. I wasn't saving anyone. I was saving myself from getting burned alive." "You could have used my father and me as shields," she countered, her voice sharp with an undeniable logic. "You could have tried to shoot your way out. You could have done 100 violent, selfish things. You did not. You laid down your gun, and you walked out that door alone to face them. That was a choice." "It was a gamble," he corrected. "All of life is a gamble," she said. "My father gambled that his faith could stop a war. It could not. I gambled that my words could shame them into peace. They did, for a moment. You gambled that your life was worth more than their pride. You were right." He shook his head, the sheer impossibility of her proposal a wall between them. "Listen to me. You don't understand. I have a price on my head. That wanted poster on Hatcher was real. There will be other Hatchers. There will always be another man looking for $5,000. The trail west won't be a new life for me. It'll be a running gunfight. That's no life for a woman like you. What kind of woman am I? She asked, a genuine curiosity in her voice. You're good, he said, the word feeling clumsy and inadequate in his mouth. You're the kind of woman who deserves a home, a farm, children, a man who comes home at night smelling of clean dirt, not gunpowder. And you have decided what I deserve? She asked, a flicker of her father's fire in her eyes. Perhaps I am the kind of woman who can tell the difference between a man who is evil and a man who has done evil things in order to survive. Perhaps I am the kind of woman who believes that the man who stood up for a beaten girl in a saloon and the man who faced two gunslingers to save a town is worth standing beside. She closed the remaining distance between them, stopping so close he could smell the faint scent of soap and prairie air. She looked up at him, her gaze direct and unwavering. A woman can't change a man, Mr. Campbell. I know that. It is a fool's errand to try. But she can stand by him while he changes himself. He was speechless. He had been judged, feared, hated, and desired. He had never been seen. Not like this. She saw the road he was on, the man he was and the man he was trying to be all at once. I have nothing to offer you, he whispered, the words a final desperate defense. You have your strength, she said, and your skill, and your word which you have kept. The trail will be hard. I am a healer. You are a protector. It is a practical arrangement. She paused and her voice softened. And perhaps, in time, it could be more. She held up the small bag she was carrying. I have packed my things. I have spoken to my father. He understands. He understands. Rip said, incredulous. He's letting you go. With me. My father understands the workings of the heart, even when he does not approve of them, she said. But he is a man of God. He insists on one condition. They stood before the Reverend Whitman in the empty church, the only light a single lantern held by Rebecca, its glow casting long, dancing shadows on the pews. The Reverend's face was etched with a profound sorrow, but his eyes held a steady resolve. The words of the Lord are clear, he said, his prayer book open in his trembling hands. A man shall leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife. He looked at Rip, and for the first time Rip saw not a preacher, but a father giving away his only child to a future he could not see and did not trust. Do you, Rip, do you have a Christian name? Just Rip, sir. The Reverend flinched, but he did not falter. Do you, Rip Campbell, take this woman, my daughter Rebecca, to be your lawfully wedded wife? To have and to hold, to protect and to cherish through all the dangers this life will put before you. Rip looked at Rebecca. Her face was calm and certain in the lantern light. She was offering him a gift he had never known he wanted, a future. I do. The Reverend turned to his daughter. And do you, Rebecca Whitman, take this man, Rip Campbell, to be your lawfully wedded husband? To stand by him, to honor and to aid him in the new life you seek together? I do, she said, her voice clear and strong. Then by the authority vested in me by God and the state of Kansas, the Reverend said, his voice thick with emotion, I pronounce you man and wife. He closed the book, the sound a soft finality in the cavernous silence. He looked at Rip. You are a violent man, and you have brought death to this town. But my daughter sees something else in you. For her sake, I pray to God she is right. You will guard her with your life. With my life, Rip promised. They walked out of the church into the cool pre-dawn air. The sky to the east was a pale, promising gray. The sounds of the wagon train preparing to leave, the lowing of oxen, the creak of harness, the calls of men, drifted up from the end of the street. They were man and wife. The words felt strange, foreign. He reached out and took her into his arms. Chapter 23. Wagons, ho! Captain Polk's command cut through the gray dawn, sharp and clear. The sound was a release, a breaking of the spell that had held Dodge City in its grip. The lead driver cracked his whip, the sound like a pistol shot, and the big Conestoga wagon groaned, its massive wheels beginning to turn. One by one, the others followed, a long, snaking line of canvas and hope pulling away from the town, leaving the dust and the dead behind. Rip sat his buckskin at the head of the column, a few yards to the left of Polk. He felt the eyes of the town on him, the few early risers who had come out to watch them go. He didn't look back. There was nothing in that town for him but ghosts. A small wagon, pulled by a team of sturdy mules, fell into place just behind the lead wagon. Rebecca sat on the buckboard, handling the reins with a calm, competent grip. She wore a plain, durable dress and a wide-brimmed bonnet to shield her from the sun. The wagon was loaded with canvas-wrapped bundles and wooden crates, her medical supplies, the tools of her new trade as the train's healer. Rip rode over, his buckskin falling into step beside the mules. "You know how to manage that team?" "My father taught me," she said, her eyes on the road ahead. "He believed a woman should be as capable as any man." He was right. They rode in silence for a while, the only sounds the creak of harness, the lowing of the oxen, and the rumble of the iron-shod wheels. They were husband and wife. The words still felt foreign, a poorly fitted suit of clothes. He was a gunman, a drifter. She was a preacher's daughter. They were a practical arrangement, born of violence and necessity. "You have everything you need in there?" he asked, nodding toward the back of her wagon. "Bandages, carbolic, laudanum, and a surgeon's kit," she said. "I pray I won't need most of it." "Prayin's good," he said. "But it's best to have the saw." He touched his spurs to the buckskin and rode out ahead, taking up his position on the point. This was his work now. Not watching the street from a saloon porch, but watching the horizon. He scanned the rolling prairie, his eyes accustomed to reading the subtle language of the land, the flight of a hawk, the distant haze of a dust devil, the way the grass bent in the wind. The open space felt good. It was a clean slate. Or maybe it was just a bigger cage. By noon, the last traces of Dodge City were gone, swallowed by the immense empty landscape. The wagon train was a small, self-contained world, crawling across a sea of grass. The pace was slow, dictated by the plodding oxen. 3 miles an hour. At that speed, Oregon was a lifetime away. Rip circled back, riding along the flank of the train. The pioneers walked beside their wagons, their faces already layered with a fine coat of dust. Children darted in and out of the line, their shouts and laughter small sounds in the vast silence. He saw Gable the farmer walking with his wife, the little girl Sarah riding on his shoulders. The girl saw Rip and waved, a small shy gesture. He touched the brim of his hat in return. He fell in alongside Rebecca's wagon again. The sun was high and hot. He unhooked his canteen and passed it to her. She took it, drank, and passed it back. "Thank you." "You see any trouble with the families?" he asked. "The Henderson baby's fever is down. Mrs. Gable has a blister on her heel, which I've tended to. The worst ailment so far is boredom." She looked at him, her gaze direct. "And you? Do you see any trouble?" "Not yet," he said. "But the country's never as empty as it looks." He was about to ride on when Captain Polk trotted up on his big bay. He ignored his daughter and addressed Rip, his voice all business. "Campbell, ride with me." Rip followed him out onto the prairie, away from the noise and dust of the wagons. Poke reined in and pointed to the north. "Saw tracks this morning before we left," Poke said. 3 shod ponies, maybe 4. Heading northwest. Fast. Soldiers? No. Army shoes its horses all around. These were shod on the front only. Indian ponies. Comanche, most likely. Poke's face was grim. And there's something else. He pulled a folded map from his saddlebag. The railroad is sending survey crews through this territory, pushing the line for the Kansas Pacific through the heart of the Pawnee hunting grounds. "That'll make the Pawnee touchy," Rip said. "It makes them all touchy," Poke corrected. "The Comanche, the Cheyenne, the Kiowa. They see the surveyor's stakes, they see the grading crews, and they see the end of their way of life. It's made the young men restless, eager to prove they're still warriors." He folded the map and put it away. "The Old West is dying, Campbell. The problem is, it's not going to die quiet. You're the point man. Your job is to see the trouble before it sees us. I'll keep my eyes open. See that you do." Poke gathered his reins, then paused. He looked back toward the wagons, toward the small one driven by his daughter. "You're her husband now. A piece of paper from my church and a few words from her father made it so. That makes you responsible for her. I may not approve of the match, but I will see it honored. You will live up to that responsibility." It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact. A new term in his contract. Poke rode back to the train, leaving Rip alone on the prairie. He looked back at the wagons, a fragile line of humanity in the vast emptiness. He saw Rebecca's bonnet, a small spot of white against the green and brown of the land. He was her protector. It was a job he had never asked for, a role he didn't know how to play. But he had given his word. He turned the buckskin west and kicked it into a canter. He needed to get ahead, to see what was over the next rise. The land rolled on, endless and empty. He scanned the horizon, his hand resting on the butt of his Colt. It was the only part of this new life that felt familiar. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the prairie, he saw something. A glint of light from a high butte, miles to the northwest. It could have been the sun, reflecting off a piece of quartz. It could have been a broken bottle. Or it could have been a man with a looking glass. He reined in his horse, his body going still, every sense alert. He was too far away to be sure. But he knew, with the certainty of a man who had survived by listening to his gut, that they were being watched. He turned the buckskin and rode back toward the wagons, not with any urgency that would cause a panic, but with a new, cold weight in his stomach. Chapter 24. The world shrank to the wagon train, and the wagon train became the world. For 3 days they crawled west, a 30-wagon serpent shedding the skin of civilization. The routine was a harsh comfort. Up before dawn, the smell of coffee and bacon fat on the cold air. Oxen yoked, harnesses checked, the train groaning into motion as the sun broke the horizon. 10 miles, 12 if the ground was flat and the creeks were low. At dusk, the wagons circled, the animals corralled within, fires blooming like earthbound stars against the immense dark prairie. Rip lived on the edges of this new world. He rode the point and the flanks, a solitary circling hawk. He learned the land's quiet language again, the ripple of wind through tall grass that meant a hidden gully, the sudden flight of prairie grouse that signaled a predator. He felt the tension of Dodge City bleed out of him, replaced by a clean, sharp awareness. Out here, the threats were simpler. They did not wear bowler hats or hide in saloons. They came with the weather, or the lack of water, or the glint of a mirror on a distant ridge. He and Rebecca found their own rhythm. They were a man and a woman who had made a bargain, and they honored its terms. He would ride into their small camp after dark, his face layered with dust, and she would have a plate of food for him. They would sit by her small fire, the silence between them comfortable, not empty. He would tell her about the land he'd scouted, and she would tell him about the small dramas of the train. A child's fever, a squabble between two families, a wheel that needed mending. They were partners in a shared enterprise. It was not love. It was not passion. It was a deep, growing, and unspoken respect, which felt more real than either. On the evening of the third day, as the wagons were forming their circle for the night, he saw them. He was on a low rise a half-mile north of the train, watching the last of the wagons lumber into place. They appeared on a high ridge to the northwest, 5 miles distant, their forms stark silhouettes against the blood red of the setting sun. They were not a hunting party. There were 20 of them, maybe more, sitting their ponies in a single, unmoving line. Even from this distance, he could feel the focused intensity of their stillness. They were not passing through. They were watching. He pulled the brass field glasses from his saddlebag, a pair he had taken from a dead Union officer at Cold Harbor. He put them to his eyes, turning the focus wheel until the distant figures sharpened. Comanche. The set of the shields, the way they sat their horses, the lances held upright. They were a war party. Young men, mostly. He could see the fresh paint on their faces, streaks of black and vermilion. He saw the feathers in their hair, some eagle, some hawk, each one signifying a deed, a coup counted. They were not decorated for a parade. This was war paint. They were looking for a fight, their pride stung by the railroad survey stakes that were a pox on their hunting grounds. He lowered the glasses, a cold knot tightening in his gut. This was the trouble Polk had warned him about. He watched them for another 5 minutes. They did not move. They just sat, a line of silent judges on the horizon, their presence a declaration. This land is ours. You are trespassers. He turned the buckskin and rode back to the wagon circle, not at a gallop that would spread panic, but at a steady, purposeful canter. He found Captain Polk by the lead wagon, overseeing the posting of the night guards. The pioneers were settling in for the night, the sounds of conversation and the smell of cooking fires filling the air. "Trouble," Rip said, his voice low. Polk's eyes sharpened. "Where?" "Ridge to the northwest. 20, maybe 25 riders. Comanche war party." Polk took the field glasses Rip offered and looked for himself. He held them steady for a long time. When he lowered them, his face was grim. "You're sure they're not just watching us pass?" "They're painted for war, Captain," Rip said. "Young men, full of fire. They've seen the survey crews. They're looking to make a statement. And we're the statement they've found." Polk handed the glasses back. He looked around the circle of wagons, at the families gathered around their fires, at the children playing a last game before bed. "We'll double the guard tonight. No one leaves the circle. No exceptions." Rip found Rebecca by her wagon. She was wrapping a clean bandage around the hand of Gable, the farmer, who had cut himself sharpening an axe. She looked up as Rip dismounted, and she saw the change in him at once. The trail weariness was gone, replaced by the same sharp, deadly focus he'd had in the street in Dodge. "What is it?" she asked, her voice quiet. He waited until Gable had thanked her and walked away. "We're being watched. A war party to the north." She looked out over the wagons, into the gathering darkness. He saw the fear in her eyes, a brief human flicker. But when she looked back at him, her face was composed, her hands steady. "What will they do?" "They'll wait," he said. "They'll test us. See if we're soft. See if we're careless. They want to count coup. They want our horses, our rifles. And they want to leave a message for the next train that comes through." She finished cleaning her medical instruments, her movements precise and unhurried. And what will you do?" The question was not an accusation. It was a simple, profound expression of faith. She was not asking the gunman. She was asking her husband. "I'll do my job," he said. "I'll protect this train. I'll protect you." The night passed in a state of high tension. The pioneers huddled by their fires, their voices low, their eyes constantly straying to the dark ridge in the north. The extra guards walked their posts, rifles held at the ready. The Comanches did not move. They lit no fires. They were a silent, menacing presence in the dark. At dawn, they were still there. The wagon train did not move out. To move was to show weakness, to invite a running attack. They were in a siege, miles from any town, with only their own courage to see them through. Rip stood with Poke, watching the ridge through the glasses. The warriors had begun to move, not attacking, but riding their ponies back and forth along the ridge, showing off their horsemanship, shaking their lances, their occasional high, ululating cries carrying on the morning wind. It was a display of intimidation, a war of nerves. "They are trying to make us panic," Poke said, his voice tight. "Make us break and run. And if we don't, then they will attack," Poke said simply. "Perhaps tonight. Perhaps tomorrow. They have the patience of stones." Rip lowered the glasses. He looked back at the wagon circle, at the frightened faces of the pioneers. He looked at Rebecca, who was moving from family to family, offering a calm word, a reassuring presence. He was still a man who settled things with violence when necessary. He had proven that in Dodge. But he was fighting for something different now. It wasn't for money or for pride. It was for the small, fragile world inside that circle of wagons. It was for his wife. It was for a future he hadn't known he wanted until it was threatened. He turned to Poke. A direct assault would be suicide for them. "We're well armed. But they can bleed us. Pick off our stock. Keep us pinned down until our water runs out." "What are you suggesting, Campbell?" "I'm suggesting this isn't a fight we can win with rifles alone," Rip said. "They want to talk. They're showing their strength so they can negotiate from it. They want to know who we are, what we'll give them to pass." He met the captain's gaze. "Someone has to go out there." Poke stared at him, the implications of the suggestion hanging between them. To send a man out there is to send him to his death. To stay here and do nothing is to send everyone to theirs, Rip countered. He walked away from the captain, his decision made. He went to his saddle, pulled his rifle from its scabbard, and began to methodically check the action, levering a shell into the chamber. Chapter 25. He tightened his cinch, the leather groaning in protest. The sounds of the wagon circle, a crying baby, a man's low curse, the nervous shuffling of oxen, seemed to come from a great distance. He swung up onto the buckskin's back, the worn leather of the saddle a familiar comfort. His rifle rested across his thighs, its metal cool and solid. He was ready. He turned the horse and rode toward the edge of the circle, his movements unhurried, deliberate. The pioneers watched him go, their faces pale and drawn in the harsh morning light. They saw a man riding out to meet a threat they could barely comprehend, and in their eyes he saw their fear reflected. Captain Poke met him at the gap between two wagons. The captain's face was a stony mask, but his eyes were alive with a grudging respect. "You don't have to do this, Campbell. This is not the action of a hired guard. This is something else." "This is the job," Rip said simply. "Your job is to get them to Oregon. My job is to clear the trail." "This could be a trap," Poke warned. "They could be trying to draw our best man out." Rip looked at the distant ridge, at the line of silent, patient warriors. "It's not a trap. It's an invitation." He was about to ride out when Rebecca stepped in front of his horse. She did not look at him. She reached up and adjusted the blanket roll behind his saddle, a small, practical gesture, a wife's touch. Her hands were steady. "Their leader," she said, her voice low and calm, "meant only for him. He will be the one who does not ride back and forth. He will be the one who is still." Rip looked at her, surprised by her tactical insight. "How do you know that?" "My father was a missionary to the Pawnee for a year when I was a girl," she said, finally meeting his gaze. "I learned to watch. Strength is quiet. It does not need to boast." Her hand rested for a moment on his knee, a brief, warm pressure through the rough denim. "You are strong. Be quiet. And come back." It was not a plea. It was an order. He nodded once, a promise he intended to keep. She stepped back, and he nudged the buckskin forward, out of the circle, out of the small, fragile world he had promised to protect. He did not look back. He could feel her watching him, could feel the weight of her pride and her fear on his shoulders. It was a heavier burden than his rifle. He rode across the open prairie, the tall grass whispering against his boots. The sun was at his back, casting his long shadow before him. He did not ride fast. This was not a charge. It was a parley, a test of nerve. He held the rifle loosely, its barrel pointed toward the sky, a sign that he was not seeking a fight but was ready for one. The 5 miles to the ridge felt like 100. The world shrank to the space between him and the silent warriors. They watched his approach without moving, their stillness a palpable force. As he drew closer, he could make out the details Rebecca had taught him to look for. She was right. Most of the riders were young, their ponies skittish, their bodies painted with the symbols of their first coups. They were the boasters, the hot blood. But in the center of the line sat one man on a powerful paint horse. He was older, his face a mask of scarred granite. He wore a simple buckskin shirt and a single eagle feather in his hair. He did not move. He was strength. He was quiet. When Rip was 100 yards from the base of the ridge, 3 of the young warriors broke from the line and galloped down to meet him, their high, ululating cries splitting the morning air. They circled him, their ponies kicking up clouds of dust, their lances held low. It was a test, an attempt to make him flinch, to spook his horse. The buckskin stood its ground, its ears twitching but its body steady. Rip ignored them. He kept his eyes fixed on the man on the paint horse. He reined in and waited. After a long minute, the leader raised a hand. The young warriors pulled back, their faces sullen. The man on the paint horse rode down the slope alone, his movements fluid and powerful. He stopped 10 paces from Rip. His eyes were dark and intelligent, and they missed nothing. They took in Rip's steady hands, the quality of his horse, the worn grip of his colt. Rip reached into his saddlebag and pulled out a twist of tobacco and a steel knife with a good bone handle. He held them out. "I am Rip Campbell," he said, his voice clear and steady. "I am the guardian of the wagons. They are farmers, not soldiers. They are people of the earth, like you. They travel to a new land. We do not want your land. We are just passing through." The war chief looked at the gifts, but did not take them. He looked at Rip. "The men who put the sticks in the ground," he said, his voice a low guttural, his English surprisingly clear. "They also said they were just passing through. Now the iron snake follows their tracks. They are liars." "We are not the railroad," Rip said. "We carry women and children, not surveying stakes." "Your world follows you," the chief said. "The iron snake follows you. The reservations follow you. Sickness follows you." He gestured with his chin back toward the distant wagon train. "You are the point of the spear." "Maybe," Rip said. "But this spear does not wish to fight you. We have rifles. You have lances. If we fight, Many of your young men will die. Many of my people will die. The crows will get fat, and our women will weep. And for what? For a piece of empty land that we will be gone from by tomorrow's sun. The chief considered this. His gaze was ancient, filled with the memory of 100 broken treaties. You are one man. You ride here alone. Are you a chief? Or are you a fool? I'm the man they sent, Rip said. You can kill me. But more will come. You know this. Or you can let us pass. And we will tell the ones who come after that the Comanche are strong, but they are also wise. He nudged the buckskin forward, closing the distance between them, and held out the gifts again. It was the final gamble. A gesture of trust in a world that had none. The chief watched him, his face unreadable. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he reached out and took the tobacco and the knife. He turned his pony without a word and rode back up the ridge. He spoke briefly to his men. The young warriors glared down at Rip, their faces tight with frustrated pride. But they obeyed. The war chief raised his lance to the sky, a final, silent signal, and then the entire party turned and melted back over the horizon, disappearing as quickly as they had arrived. Rip sat his horse alone on the prairie, the silence rushing back in to fill the space they had left. He had won. Not with a gun, but with a truth spoken plainly. He turned the buckskin and rode back toward the wagon train. He saw them watching, a small cluster of people by the lead wagon. He saw Rebecca, her hand shading her eyes against the sun. He raised his own hand, a single brief wave. The way was clear. For now. The end.